What's good, the peoples? How is everybody doing tonight? I'm gonna get chat on screen here. And I think turn my TV one notch. And introduce my co-hosts. Alright, and I think we can get right back to this. I need to rearrange some windows on my screen so I can see the chat. There you guys are. Welcome, welcome. Alright. I think we were heading in to fight the Lich, if I recall. With the stupidest party imaginable, and yeah, we've got Diaga. You know what? We'll take this. We're not going to need all these charges of Diara going down. So I have seen lots of reports that level 50 is not the cap in this game. I haven't verified it personally with my own eyes, but if that's the case, then that's a major difference between this version and the NES original. And it means that Chaos Fight is going to be a lot more tenable with a lot of parties. We might have just rolled up to that Chaos Fight my first run with a slightly lower level party. But we were still at like 44 or something. That's really high for the NES game. But we were also gaining levels a lot faster than the NES game. And I don't really have a good sense of like what's a good level to roll up on Chaos in the Dawn of Souls version, assuming these experience curves are about the same as Dawn of Souls. Because in Dawn of Souls I always do the bonus content at some point before Chaos. Like after you kill a couple fiends and get some spellcasting items, you're good to go into Earthgift Shrine. After you've killed all 4 fiends, you can pretty much go into any of the shrines to start getting more gear. I don't play any games at full screen, so that I'm not the man to ask about that. There are a lot of weird glitches that I know people are struggling with in these remasters. There's the font issue, obviously. A lot of people don't like the fonts, so they have to change them to other stuff. I know a lot of people have screen tearing issues, and there's weird things about how the game won't run properly in full screen. I haven't seen any of that stuff on my end, but my heart goes out to those of you who have been struggling with it. I know what it's like to be playing the new popular game and having trouble getting it installed or getting it to run right. And it feels like the entire internet just flips the switch to unhelpful mode. There's always that one guy who's like, oh, you're running it on Windows? You should run it on Linux. It runs fine. Like, there's always that guy. And you always want to punch that guy. You want to... Every time I hear that, I want to punch that guy. Oh, you're playing it on Android? That's your problem. You should play it on the iPhone. It works on iPhone. Wait for the Switch version. I don't know where that voice came from. It's just a place deep in my heart. That's what the internet sounds like to me sometimes. I wish I could help people that have those kind of problems with the game. I wish I had advice to help people get the game up and running if they're having difficulty getting it up and running, but I installed it and it ran fine for me immediately without the screen tearing issues, and I don't play games in full screen anyway. I need more screen real estate to see stream stuff. So I'm going to be interesting to watch the challenge runs in Final Fantasy III. Now that we have a version of Final Fantasy III that is actually susceptible to challenge runs, I think the next couple of years we're going to see some really interesting stuff with Final Fantasy III solos or Fiesta-style challenges, and I'm looking forward to that. I watched a man on Twitch kill Garuda with a party that I would have sworn was impossible. I suspect if you roll up with 99 elixirs, you might be able to solo Cloud of Darkness with any character. black mages, scholars, sages would have an easier time because they can cast Drain every round. Or every other round to get their health back. But I do know that people on my Discord have solved the screen tearing issue. Apparently there's a Reddit post that gives pretty easy follow to instructions on how to... I think you have to like lower the frame rate cap or something. This fight here blows my mind every time I see it. I'm never going to get used to this fight. I'm also enjoying watching people play Final Fantasy II. Because, like, I watch a lot of Final Fantasy streams. All the time. All the games. I really enjoy watching this particular series get streamed on Twitch and on YouTube. So, a lot of nights when I have, like I'm just doing Photoshop work on the laptop, or I'm writing something, or waiting for videos to render. Like, I'm just sitting at my desk and I don't really have anything else pressing me for time. I'll just turn on a stream and watch it. And I like Final Fantasy streams, so Twitch always recommends them to me because I've watched them so much. Here's what I've observed with Final Fantasy II. Is you're going to get like three kinds of streams for Final Fantasy II. One, you're going to get somebody who's never played it before and is like trying to figure it out and keep their spirits up, but you can tell it's slowly breaking them down. Two, you get somebody who like is already past that point and realizes how bad the game is and is like hate playing the game. So they're still like playing it, but they're like upset about it. And then three, you get the person who's like the Final Fantasy II apologist, who's like, this game's fine. I don't know why everybody complains about it. I don't know why this is considered the worst game. But in that same stream, the guy will eventually be like, this is really stupid. Or like, I'm upset by seeing this over and over again. The dude I was watching last night, I tuned into a stream just as he was in the middle of his little mini rant about how the game is fine and everybody should just shut up about it and it's perfectly okay to play it. But in that same exact stream, like he kept complaining, like, I can't figure out how to make this dude's weapon level go up. Like, I just want to level up his weapon and nothing works. And then there was a part where he's like running into the same monster encounters that don't fit with the dungeon he was in, and like he was commenting on it, like, why is there like this kind of monster in this dungeon? That doesn't make any sense. I'm like, yep, welcome to Final Fantasy II. Versus people who are streaming the other Final Fantasy games and are just enjoying them and having a good time. We have gold needles, right? I've got 5. I can win this. You can't petrify all of us. This is the closest thing to Final Fantasy 1 has to a chocobo, by the way. This is it. This is as chocobo as we get. Except there's never been a blue chocobo, ever. Yeah, there has been. There's 2 kinds of blue chocobos in Final Fantasy IX, actually. Oh, we don't want to go this way yet. Actually, we don't want to go that way ever. Yeah, the thing to understand about the ice cave is that the dungeon stretches through L space. So there are multiple stairs that take you outside. I can see how that's a very confusing dungeon for people who haven't played the game extensively. I mean, he still gets experience points while stoned, so... like, we're still fine. I want to say yellow, red, and black chocobos are in tactics, but I don't actually know a lot about tactics monsters. You spend so little of that game actually fighting monsters. You're almost always fighting against other dudes. Dudes with swords. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't want to cast Tiara here. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, Ubert's not going to do anything useful in this fight anyway. The same three colors as in Final Fantasy XII, and then Final Fantasy XII also has the Trickster, which I think is white. So the difficulty with this party is we don't have any way to cast haste. So we're going to be putting out a lot less damage. We do have Giant's Gloves available to us, though. And I've seen how Giant's Gloves do stack. You can do more than one application of Giant's Gloves and get the effect of it. There's already a video on YouTube of somebody killing Chaos at the end of the game with a solo thief, unpromoted thief. This friggin' guy. This thing, he's got 1,200 hit points we gotta push through. Oh, you know what? He casts lightning and ice, doesn't he? Well, I think that's the fight, James. Looking for those crits. We'll use up... I guess we'll just use all the Diaga. I don't think we're going to need Healara here. I'm glad I bought Null Ice then. You know what? No, I'm going to use Healara. My last charge here. I shouldn't have just brazenly used all that Cura. I should have used potions. If we lose this fight, I can redo that, I guess. I wasn't thinking straight. I was thinking I was going to a fight where he's got 400 hit points and we'll be fine, and he's not going to get to the slow spell. Actually, just fast forward from here. We either win or lose. And haste, apparently. I didn't think I'd know Lich used haste. Slow is just a free round at this point. That's how this fight goes without black magic, and when he can cast slow as much as he wants. I wish slow wore off. Oh, there we go. With the 78 damage crit. Chalk 1 win for Hubert and the Beefcakes. I don't think Lich has Fire. We didn't see Fire at all in that fight. He's weak to Fire because he's undead. I don't think he can cast fire magic. It's gonna be an annoying fight. Let's do it. I think you were just one-shot that shadow with your hammer. Nice. I have dogs making weird dog noises outside my door. Weird dog noises. Most people think dogs just bark, but if you're a dog owner, you know that dogs make a whole rainbow of weird noises. Who's winning? Right now, Hubert's winning. Hubert's winning by a lot, actually. I love how the trolls regenerate 9 hit points around. Like, yeah, that'll get you there, buddy. That 9 hit points, that's what was holding you back. Not scared of scorpions anymore. We're now at the point in the game where scorpions are somewhat common. To give you an idea of how silly it is to run into so many of them in the Marsh Cave. Scorpions are so out of depth in the Marsh Cave. So we can't get all the level 6 magic we want yet because there's the exit spell won't function unless we are a white wizard instead of a white mage. I wonder if there was any players who were mad in Final Fantasy IV when you don't get a canoe. I kind of want all of these too, but we'll survive. We can't get this yet. Oh, you know what? We'll get an item that casts this. I can live without Stona. Three gold needles. I kind of want a couple more if I can get them. Yeah, apparently there is a burgeoning mod scene around these games, which I think is excellent. I don't have a canoe. I don't have to go around anymore. Oh, we should probably stay at the inn before we leave, shouldn't we? And buy some more antidotes. I did stay at the inn. Didn't I? I must have got my stuff back. Or did we stay at Mel? We stayed in Melman and haven't used any charges. Alright, no. I'm losing my mind. I don't know what I'm doing. Party's just gross. It's gross. I would never pick this party myself. This is not a party I would ever play, given the option. Look at Hubert throwing out 54 damage with a hammer. Yeah, these games have several little just fun variants of some of the songs. Really enjoyed the wind flute battle music in the miniature dungeons in Final Fantasy III. Curious to see how bad Hubert's spellcasting item use actually is. Should be getting a new sword in here too. I'm pretty sure that fighter is going to put the ice sword. Not just knights. It's okay, Nourish him. You are rich in spirit. You have to talk to this guy in this version. I like not talking to him, so he just has to live here in this empty house forever. Checks. 21 intellects, which I think is where the Black Mage starts the game at 20. So thereabouts. Who did it? Nourish him with another $5 super chat after already saying he's poor. Like, if you're poor, why are you hitting me with the $5 super chat? That's $5 you cannot spend on soup now. You're going to go without soup. You can't promote before going to the ice cave. What did I just get here? I was reading chat. I wasn't looking. Well, it wasn't anything cool. Otherwise, I'd see it in the list there. There is a setting in FF1 Rando which eliminates ports, so you can dock your ship just at any land. And that setting would allow you to promote before getting the floater. Not necessarily before the ice cave because it's Rando, but... My man just leveled up even though he was turned to stone. That's dedication to the cause right there. I came here for the gauntlets and for the healing staff. And there's some equipment. There's an ice sword in here. Now, you know what? These things have pretty high evasion. Can't escape, really? Well, okay then. We're already missing them because they've got high evasion and then they blind me. You know what? I'm not going to use eye drops. I just don't care that much. Logic for random encounters is extremely different. The logic for monsters across the board is pretty different. So the encounter list is more randomized now. And so you'll find encounters in the table that you typically wouldn't find. And they designed new encounters for the game that either don't appear in the NES version or would be impossible. Like fighting 6 ogres at once. And this dragon zombie just out in the middle of... Like, there is a random encounter dragon zombie in this dungeon, but it's rare. It's like really deep in the encounter lists. It's got to be the either encounter 7 or encounter 8. But yeah, we come here to get this equipment. This awesome ruby armlet. You like a silver armlet better than... Oh, I guess you still had chainmail. Yeah, you're fine. Don't want you using an axe, my dude. Oh, they used fire. That's right. I should have cast No Blaze. Not Protera. And the monsters have their... They have the same spells and abilities and things, but they can use them whenever they want. They don't have to go down the list in a specific order. That Ice Brand is definitely doing some work in here. Yeah, I'm just going to name all my Final Fantasy characters Hubert from now on. Just in all the games. Just Hubert forever. Two of you, boy. All right. Alright, let's play. Hubert's int is 21 right now. There's really no point to Hubert using the healing staff because he has actual healing magic to cast. It's like better healing magic. Alright, now we have some offensive magic to use. So we can get out of fights before 3-4 rounds are up now. Faster, Hubert! Hubert's gaining on us! Just in case you guys needed a quick Simpsons reference, you know what I mean? I'm sure everybody was waiting for it. Took me 3 tries to stay at this end, my goodness. Okay, at long last, we now rule the seas. Party with a black mage can rule the seas at like level 5. We gotta wait till like level, what is it, 20 something? Yeah, I've already got the the achievements for all the chests in the game. We got all the chests in the game on a previous run. We're missing some bestiary entries, but in Final Fantasy 1, there's never any areas that you can visit and fight monsters exclusive to that area that you can't then return to later. You can always go everywhere you want to go in this game. So filling out the bestiary when I'm ready to do it, it's just going to be a matter of going to the areas with the monsters that I need and fighting random encounters there until I see them. Which, in the NES version, would be guaranteed to happen inside of 128 fights. But in this version, I don't know how the encounter table actually works. It might be theoretically possible to fight in an area forever and not see all of its encounters. I don't actually know. Alright, how many gators are we going to see on this river? We saw a stupid number of gators in the river when we came through on the last playthrough. This river, which is not supposed to have gators, had all the gators in the world. Why do I say things? Why do I words? There's a gator right there, just hanging out. There's lots of little, like, side tiles on this river, too. In the NES version, the river is always one tile wide at every point. But when they redrew it with these more jaggedy mountains, there's little, like, nooks and crannies to get your canoe stuck in. So it's not a one-to-one tile recreation of the game, and that was true in Dawn of Souls as well. Six casts of... Oh, we're going to use Diaga on the big fight, probably. Oh, we don't need Dia in this fight. Not with 2 of them. Actually, I should be using the heal staff. That's what I should be doing. Just keep my HP up. These little nickel and dime fights. Look at me just one-shotting dragons. Well, he's got the dragon sword, actually. That made sense. This is a good fight for Diara. If you're thinking about the eye spiked square at the end of this dungeon, they've removed it. There are no more spiked squares anywhere in Pixel Remaster. So any place in the game that you used to use a spiked square to grind experience levels, you can no longer do it. Spiked squares have been replaced either by monster in a box, like monsters inside the treasure box, like other Final Fantasy games, or just an NPC that sits on the map and fights you. So there's no more eye spiked square in this cave, there's no more agamas in the volcano, there's no more fire elementals in the volcano. That's one of the biggest changes in this version of the game. Is I guess they figured the spiked squares were too like weird and obnoxious for people who didn't know the game. Just people picking up the game and stepping on spiked squares accidentally more than once and getting the same tricky encounter. Or they wanted to put the kibosh on agama grinding. Who can say? Just one shot at the ice dragon with the ice sword. Don't mind me. See, this is a spiked square. In all other versions of the game, the square to my south here, this guy in front of the door, is just a walkable tile, and when you step on it, you get into a fight with a bunch of undead. But in this version, it just puts a guy there you have to talk to, and we got the preemptive strike. We're going to mop this up super easily. So big change from previous versions of the game. That does bring this game more in line with its sequels. So now this square is safe to walk on. I don't have to... Like, I can just walk on it as much as I want now. The Hall of Giants no longer has any spiked squares. They just put 2 NPC giants there you can talk to and fight giants. So there are still fixed encounters, and then if you want to fight the giants again, you've got to leave the map and come back. Those NPCs respawn if you leave the map and come back. But the monster boxes never respawn. So an early game grinding spot that I used to like to use just for a couple fights would be the chests in front of the mummies. The mummies in front of the chests in Northwest Castle, in Astos' castle. Mummies are they're a little out of depth for that point in the game. They're really easy to mop up with fire magic or harm magic. And so I'd pop the spike square a few times just to run out of spell charges and get some quick XP real quick. And real easy. But you can't do that now, because now the monsters are in the box. You open the box, you fight the mummies once, and there's no mummies in that castle forevermore. The only land tile glitch I've experimented with in this game is the Peninsula of Power, which has been removed. There is no more Peninsula of Power. But it caused what I think is a new glitch. I'll show it off once I get my airship out of here. So we're gonna leave here and go immediately to the airship. This is a glitch I recognized instantly upon turning the game on, and I think I know what's causing it. I think I want this box too, don't I? Yeah, we tested the Peninsula of Power. It is no more, which is probably for the best. Peninsula of Power is not, a lot of people like remember it being really good, but it's really not that good of an area. I think people have a fondness for the Peninsula of Power because it was something that was like easy to discover back in the day. I think a lot of people independently discovered the Peninsula of Power, and then eventually it got published in like Nintendo Power or something. I know we found it as kids, just because we were exploring every corner of the map, wandering around. And it's like, oh, there's these monsters up there, and they're like stronger than monsters anywhere else. That's kind of weird. Ice shields. Can you has? You can has. Yeah, when I get my airship, I'll show off the Peninsula of Power. Preemptive. This guy's not going to do anything then. He's just dead. So yeah, unfortunately, you cannot fight the eye more than once. There's never going to be another eye here. In Randomizer, if you randomize spell levels and things, and you get here with the warp or exit spell, you don't have to go around the dungeon again, which is nice. Peninsula of Power, that's not even what we called it as a kid. I think that like the first game fact I read about it, which is where I saw it like formally identified, just called it the Peniop, which is just the peninsula northeast of Provoca. Just a fun to say acronym. So yeah, you go up to the Peniop and fight zombies and stuff. So that Spike NPC encounter respawned because we left this map and came back. People still are going to have difficulty level grinding in this game, though. There's lots of good level grind spots that don't involve spike squares. I mean, you just go to the first floor of the final dungeon and fight frost giants and worms and have a good time. Might as well use up DR while we have it. I hereby dub this Tremble Staircase from now until the end of time. Because apparently Treble came through this dungeon earlier and walked up these stairs, and it took him out of the dungeon. Two black mages. Alright. You can get some work done with two black mages. The problem with having two black mages is you only have two fighters, and your fighters do most of your single target damage. Black mages don't have just a good way to deal big damage to one target. Trouble stairs leads to the McLean bush. The McLean bush is a bush in The Legend of Zelda that there's a bush in that game. You can burn from one side of the screen, then come around and check from the other side. And when I was playing a lot of Zelda Randomizer, it would really irritate McLean when he was watching, when I would burn the bush and then leave the screen and not come back to it until later. So okay, let's learn you guys a little bit about encounters here. So look at the world map. It's a big square. I think it's 256 by 128. Maybe it's 128 by 128 tiles. I'm not sure, but you can imagine like a grid overlaid on the world map, chopping it up into equal squares of 16 tiles by 16 tiles or whatever. Each of those individual squares, and they're always squares. You can't draw arbitrary shaped regions. They're always squares. Each one of those squares has its own encounter table. Like, these are the enemies, if you're on the world map, you will encounter in that square. There's 3 types of terrain in the game. There's land, there's ocean, and there's river. Desert, forests, marsh, and grass just all count as land. You're not going to find encounters in the forest you won't find in other areas. So every single square in the game has different encounters for if you're on land. Then every single square in the game has the same encounter set if you're on the ocean. No matter where you are in the world on your boat, you will always find the same exact encounters. And for rivers, the top half of the map has one encounter set, and the bottom half of the map has the other. So the bottom half of the map, which is the big river area we're in now, has like the easy river encounters. And then when you go up north, like the river we're going to take in a little while to go to the waterfall, that's where you'll see crocodiles and white crocodiles and red piranhas and neochus, and just that's where the harder river encounters are. This version of the game seems to only have one river encounter set. So you're finding all of the river monsters no matter where you are. That makes this river excursion much harder because there's 2 versions of crocodile monsters and both of them are very strong. Like unreasonably strong almost. Like, so I bet a bunch of players are going to get to this point in the game and be like, oh, there's an alligator. And then the alligator just doesn't die as quickly as they're expecting it to. And does 122 damage to their frontline fighter wearing their heaviest armor. So this white croc is an out-of-depth monster. Out-of-depth is a phrase used by the NetHack community. In NetHack, it's a dungeon hack game. The deeper you go in the dungeon, the stronger the monsters get. But there's a lot of ways in that game to generate monsters so that they appear out of depth. Like, you'll find a monster that's supposed to be on floor 30, generates for some reason on floor 6. That's an out-of-depth monster. So seeing a white croc on this river is way out of depth. This is way too early in the game to see those dudes. This guy too. This is not supposed to appear on the NES version. You'll never see this monster on the Southern River. It's pretty beefy. It just took 400 damage to put that guy down. So I'm still getting used to and adjusting to these new encounter tables. Also on the water, sharks and Sahagan chiefs appear in greater numbers more commonly. And there's only one encounter set for the entire ocean, but it seems that the rarer encounters on it have been made more common. I would have to sit down one day and do an actual statistical comparison to see, because if you're on the boat, if you're anywhere in Final Fantasy 1 and you just fight monsters over and over and over, you'll get the same 128 encounters in a row every time. They're hard-coded. The first encounter in an area is always going to be that encounter. So I would have to sit down and just fight 128 battles and see, well, are we supposed to see 8 or 9 or 12 or whatever encounters with Sahagan chiefs and sharks? Or are we just rolling randomly and we're getting the less common fights a lot more often? I imagine somebody will do that work for me before I get around to it. Hurrah! Alright, so let's go back to what I was saying about the world map being chopped up into squares. So, if you look at the world map, you can imagine a square running, like, this might be just the equator of the world. We might literally be at the halfway mark horizontally here. So you can imagine a line that runs through the world at, like, right here. This would be one of the dividing lines. So, like, here at the Temple of Fiends, the actual, like, north part of this peninsula sits in a different encounter zone than to the south. So all they did was they assigned the same encounters to the two spots. So if you run around in these woods, whether you're north or south of this line, you'll get into the same encounters. They just cloned the encounter zone and copied it over, so the same encounters appear in two areas. And for the rest of the world, it doesn't matter, because we're over the ocean. There's no land. But the encounter line cuts this little peninsula off right here. So if you're fighting down here, you'll get, like, there's some weak undead. This is very early in the game. This is the second town. This is where you get your ship. So you can walk over here, and you can fight some ogres. I think ogres are the strongest monsters. You can fight them down in this forest, actually. This forest is in a different encounter zone than the town. So if you're in these woods, you'll find, like, mad ponies and wolves and imps. And if you go down into these woods, you can find ogres and I think the occasional green ogre. But if you go up here, you're fighting the ogres, the undead. But these top 4 squares here are not part of the encounter zone. They're part of this encounter zone. This is a much later part of the game. This is the final town you tend to visit. So here you're fighting stuff like frost wolves and zombies and giants, and the occasional Tyrannosaurus Rex will even appear here, I believe. So they dubbed this the Peninsula of Power, and a lot of people found this back in the day just independently, because one of the things you do in these games, you just explore. You just go around and walk to the edges of the earth. So as kids, we explored all the way down here. You know, this is where you're blocked. You don't have a canoe. You can't get any further than this. But yeah, we checked out this marshland, and we made a note that there was a port down here. And there's a port up here that we couldn't use. And like these woods here. And then what stood out to us was you have this area of the map with like these 3 fingers pointing at each other. Like this one points over to this one, and then these 2 point at each other. And just in exploring these, we found, oh, you get really hard monsters on these 4 squares. And eventually we learned how to kill them and get a lot of experience. So, they fixed that. And I think the way that they fixed it is that they went into their map editor, select all, they dragged the whole map down 2 tiles, and then pasted it back in. So now the line that used to be here, blocking off encounter zones, is here. So everything is in the right spot. However, somewhere else in the world, there was another spot like that that would have had to be fixed in the opposite direction. Instead of being dragged 2 blocks to the south, it had to be dragged 2 blocks to the west. And that creates this glitch. So if you fly up to the northwest continent, there's this big area. There's nothing up here, but there's this big area where there's land, there's these big woods, and then there's this like weird claw that comes off here. Kind of a cool geographical feature. But if you look at the mini-map, the claw area wraps around to the wrong side of the world by about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 tiles. On the NES version, this tile here is the very edge of the world map. Like if you were to move it 1 tile over, it would wrap around. So I bet in fixing encounter zones to make sure that there were no more strange encounter tables, they had to move the world map a few places to the west, which pushes this claw to the other side of the map, and you have this geographical oddity now. So that, I imagine, is more than anybody's ever wanted to know about the maps and encounter tables and stuff in Final Fantasy 1. But I noticed that immediately upon when I first started playing with just the world map stuff in this version of the game, I noticed that right away. Oh, that claw section of that continent is in a weird spot. This is the wrong one. Let's go get our promotions. Then we can get our exit spell. Cool. I think this Hubert sprite reads as unambiguously female. I think it is very clear that the White Wizard is meant to be female in this version of the game. She has thrown her hood back. She means business, kids. She like puts up her dukes in her ready stance. That's a little strange. Should be using the steel staff, so I should be doing. Just looking to take the money and items out of here. I like an elixir. Yeah, I love the knights in this game. The knight sprite is amazing. The map man is pretty good too. We'll stick with Hubert. This friggin' guy again. So as knights, we could actually equip the gauntlets, but I'd rather have the gauntlets in the inventory for anybody to use. We'll be coming back here later to buy some more combat items. Are there trolls in this desert? That's weird. There are no more linked chests. All the linked chests, all like the duplicate chests, they always contain something now. So whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is... Because on one hand, there's more treasures to get. On the other hand, if you knew what the linked chests were, you could get all the treasures without actually going through every map in the game. Which is no longer the case. Do speed shakes cast hastes? If speed shakes cast haste, then yeah, we'll be in good shape. I want to buy my pro rings before any white magic appear. We can sell a falchion, a great axe, a clothes, 2 chain mails. Don't need this anymore. And that's it. Cool. I have not fought the Warmech yet. Maybe we'll hunt down the Warmech with this team. Money is going to be an issue for a little while. Probably until we get out of the waterfall. I will buy the exit spell and then... loot the waterfall. If speed shakes or haste, I'm going to want speed shakes now for Kraken and Tiamat. But agility and hit percent are 2 different stats. Is it literally as good as the haste spell, which doubles your hit percent? You know what? I'm going to be able to make it to on-rack, no problem. Airship travel is super nice with the diagonal movement. I like it a lot. Why is Hubert so low on health? Man, my man took a lot of damage down there. He has the worst armor out of my 3 knights, but... because he's in the lowest spot. Temporarily raises agility. Okay. Hit percent is generally better than attack power because it gives you more chances for critical hits. And keeping strength tonics on hand would be nice because there might be a round where Hubert doesn't have anything else to do. And just throwing a strength tonic at somebody else would be a good use of her time. But for now, let's just buy 6 of those drinks. So that gives us 3 boosts for Kraken and 3 for Tiamat. Saber doesn't raise your hit percent at all. It raises your attack power. Haste is what raises your hit percent. It doubles it. I forget the actual numbers, but it's like Temper is like 6 points of attack, and then Saber is 12 or something like that, or 8 or 16 or something. That's in older versions of the game. In this version, I really don't have any idea. They could have changed all of that. I've had people say that Saber and Temper don't stack, but then I've watched people use the Giant's Glove over and over again. I've heard that Blink doesn't stack. I've heard that Blink works the same. I've heard lots of conflicting reports about how spells works in this game. Let's just dip our heads into this shop. What level 7 spells might we want? We can't afford any yet, but yeah, we definitely want Healaga. That's going to be probably the most important spell. But Null Death, we've already got Protect Rings, so we're good. We're going to science the speed drinks when we get to Kraken. We'll find out for sure if we can discern whether we're getting hasted or not. No problem, Ghost Lady. Yeah, if Saber gives you hit percent in addition to an attack boost, that's a really good... It was really good in Dawn of Souls, for sure. Okay, now, I know we do have to get some treasures out of here, but I never remember where the treasures are, so we're just going to get all the treasures. I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, guys, to get a bottle of water. I'll be right back. All right, back to Sea Shrine. No locations in Final Fantasy won't ever get blocked off. You can always go back. The only kind of half exception is if you don't have, on the NES version, if you don't have the teleport or exit spells, you can't get out of the final dungeon. Even if you walk, there's no way to even walk out. But in all subsequent remakes, they do put a teleport tile so you can always walk out of the final dungeon. So in this version of the game, you're never stuck in any dungeon and you're never locked out of any dungeon. Once you have access to it, you always have access to it. This was the floor that I... Yeah, this was the floor where we missed a treasure earlier. There was one more room that I was remembering. I gotta put my staff and my gauntlets in my top spot on item screen. Final Fantasy III has several areas that you get locked out of, and then every Final Fantasy game after that also does. 2, I want to say 2, yeah, you can't get back into the battleship after you leave it. You can't get back into the whirlwind after you leave it. And maybe the Imperial Castle in Final Fantasy II. I'm not totally sure. Yeah, let's put the heal staff up here. We'll put gauntlets here. I want high potions. Potions don't actually matter. I want Phoenix Downs. I don't have any Phoenix Downs. We'll put the drinks up there, I guess. We're going to have to organize this later. Maybe this isn't the... Yeah, that room over there had treasure in it. Yeah, but you can still get all of like the early world map monsters by going into early game dungeons. Like you'll see rank 1 and 2 monsters in those early dungeons forever, won't you? So you're not actually locked out of bestiary entries. Actually, since we don't have... Phoenix Downs, we're going to want to make sure that we don't... Like a ghost does not just get lucky. So you get diamond armor. That's worth doing. Like, I'm sure we've missed some monsters in the Final Fantasy III bestiary. I'm sure. I actually should have done the waterfall first so I could come in here with the defense sword. Would be a nice offensive upgrade for us. We'll do that before Kraken. Also, looting this dungeon is going to get us a lot of experience levels as well. This is just a good spot for experience. These ghosts are super common now. They're not a rare encounter in the NES, but they're not back to back to back either. All day, all ghosts. I think some of the issues people have with these remasters are pretty valid. Like, it's hard to argue against the people who are just having technical issues, like the screen tearing problems and stuff. Like, that's legitimate. I think people have overblown like how bad the base font is. Like, yeah, I did the little font fix, and I think it improved the game, but it's not like the game was unreadable or unplayable before then. Just the font was a little smaller than I would like. They've remade Dragon Quest III a couple times, I thought. I've never played any of the remakes. I've only played the original, and I rage quit. Because I kept running into man-eater chests. And when you get into man-eater chests, it's like, you just lose. That's it. At certain points in the game. So I was like exploring the dungeons and like trying to get items and things and lose 30 minutes of progress to a man-eater chest. Okay, reset. Don't open that chest next time. Open a different chest. It's also a man-eater chest, so you've lost 30 minutes of progress again. And then when I complained about it, people were like, oh, you're supposed to use a wizard so you can cast a spell on the chest and then see if it's a man-eater chest or not. Well, I didn't have a wizard in my party. Like, I didn't want to use a wizard. I was using other characters. I'm like, oh, well, the game is punishing me because I'm supposed to have this one character that I don't. So I rage quit. I quit playing it. Ew. Light Axe does cast Dia, yes. So at this stage of the game, it's not super useful. Like, we need Diaga to fight those ghosts. I wouldn't say no to a really good Dragon Quest III remake, but based on my history with just the base game, I don't think I would go out of my way to play it either. We missed a box on this floor last time. Okay, so I don't think the chests I actually want are on the top of the dungeon. Oh, there's good armor and stuff on this floor, but the ribbon is the real prize out of this dungeon. The ribbon and the diamond armlet. The only NES Dragon Warrior game I have great fondness for is Dragon Quest IV. I like that game a lot. It's like the only really good Dragon Quest game for me. Alright, let's equip all our new stuff. Light axe. You don't want a light axe. Maybe you do. Doesn't lower accuracy. So that axe is so far ahead of this sword. So like the axes have less accuracy than swords of comparable level. But he's just gone so long without getting a new sword that the accuracy is the same. Alright, we'll switch to the axe for a minute. Alright, now we can buy some white magic. Yeah, I hated the sensation of playing relatively far into Dragon Quest III. Like, I felt like I put a lot of time into it. Crossed a couple of continents, did a bunch of dungeons. And my party was fine until we got to the man-eater chests. And then it's just... And people told me, like, oh, you're playing the game wrong. You're supposed to put the guy in your party that can cast the X-ray spell. And you didn't do that, so it's your fault you got killed by man-eater chests. Like, well, I didn't know. Like, if the game expects you to do that, they shouldn't let you build a party. They should just be like, you have a wizard in your party. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, one of your characters is just a wizard. That's what Dragon Warrior 4 does. Also, that game doesn't have nearly as many man-eater chests. It was actually a dungeon or two after... I pushed through the pyramid. Through, like, it felt like a dozen game overs in the pyramid. And then the dungeon or two after that I went into and got killed by a man-eater chest. I'm like, that's it, I'm done. Because it feels like every single dungeon in this game is just going to have many, many, many chests. And I've been told that's not the case, that the pyramid is just an outlier, but the pyramid is what drove me crazy. So the first dungeon, like, after the pyramid that killed me with a man-eater chest, I'm like, nope, we're done. I value my time too much to... I could be playing any video game on Earth right now. I'm not going to play one that just kills me randomly over and over. It was a combination of that and then being told by Dragon Quest fanboys that I was playing the game wrong that made me not want to go back to it. I hate being told I'm playing the game wrong. I hate it. Even if I am, like, literally playing the game wrong. I like to engage with and play games as it comes to me. Like, I like to develop a sense of intuition based on feedback the game is giving me to develop a way to play the game. This is a very out-of-depth monster for the waterfall. They're in here, but they're super rare. So I think if the game really is designed to punish you that much just because you picked the wrong classes at the beginning. I picked a fighter, a monk, a cleric, and... what was it called in that? The goof-off. In the version I was playing, it was called a goof-off. So the idea is you have this kind of, like, useless jester character. Not useless, but, like, will do random things in battle. But my understanding is, like, later in the game, they got really good. And my intuition was, like, they're not going to put a useless class in the game. If I'm going to try it out, and if it is useless, like the NES Thief, then I can swap it out later. But, like, it was useful enough to keep in the party. So, like, alright, let's stick with it and see where it goes. And, it pulled its weight. So I didn't think I needed a wizard in the party. Like, I was fine without one. Nope, turns out you absolutely need a wizard. You can't beat the game without one, apparently. And that game has a system where you don't have to stick with the party you pick. You can always go back to the guild, bench one of your characters, and bring in a new character. So I could have gotten a wizard like that, but then I would have to go out and level the wizard up, and the wizard's only real use was going to be to cast this X-ray spell. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Just didn't want to continue with the game after that. I hated the way Final Fantasy Dimensions looked. I hate that art style so much. Yeah, I learned the Sage from... I didn't know there were promotions in the game when I started, but when I read some material about the game, after playing it for a while... I learned that you can promote... So I felt vindicated. Like, yeah, I did a good thing. I picked the... Like, I felt like I made a good decision picking the goof off for my party. Like, it's going to do something for me. But... Yeah, I didn't want to start a wizard at level 1 and then level him up just to cast that one spell. And then I would have to keep that wizard for the rest of the game. Like, it's not just swap him in when you need him, because I don't know which chests are man-eater chests. If I did, I wouldn't need the wizard. I would need the wizard in my party to cast that spell on every chest for the entire rest of the game. Or get wiped. The thing about the man-eater chests, like, it's not a winnable fight. In Dragon Quest III, in the NES version at least. Maybe in later versions they balance it differently, but in the NES version, like, it's just a wipe. You can't win the fight with the low-level party you have at that stage in the game. You can't escape from the battle. So you just lose the fight. It's just a game over if you open the wrong chests. That was my experience all the way through that pyramid, and then, like, the first dungeon after the pyramid, I saw another man-eater chest. It's not like in these Final Fantasy games where, like, you open the chest, and yeah, it's a little bit stronger than other monsters in the area. Like, you could treat it like a sub-boss, right? I find that does happen a lot, actually, with games that I'm having difficulty getting into, and then I ask fans of the game, like, for advice. Like, if people make the argument that I'm playing it wrong, then... my first inclination is to stop playing the game. Because, oh, I was playing the game in a manner in which I found enjoyable, and now I've learned that that's the wrong way to play it. So, probably I'm just better off spending my time elsewhere, rather than force myself to play this in a way that I don't think will be enjoyable. That's always where my brain goes at first, when I get the playing it wrong argument. Woo! We are poisoned. I wiped on every single box. I was playing the NES version. I wasn't playing one of the remakes. I was playing the NES version on an emulator. And I wiped every man... you know what? After the first 2 or 3 of them, I probably just started resetting. I probably just didn't even wait for the wipe. So it's possible I had some very unlucky man-eater chest fights, which trained me to believe they were impossible to win, and then just reset when I saw subsequent ones. Either way, it wasn't an enjoyable experience. I mean, I understand where that mindset comes from, though. Like, I'm very judgmental when I watch people playing, especially Final Fantasy 1, and I watch them playing it, and they're playing it wrong. Like, it's like, I wince. Like, oh my god, they're grinding on monster... Like, asps and arachnids. What are they doing? They're complaining their experience levels are too low, but they're not fighting strong enough monsters to get experience points. Ugh. Like, I know where that tendency comes from. Like, I want people to play the game more efficiently because I enjoy playing games more efficiently. Another place that I find myself doing that a lot is anytime I see somebody complaining about not being able to wall jump in Super Metroid. Like, no, it's so easy. Like, I could teach anybody how to wall jump in 5 minutes. And then it's just a matter of building up muscle memory. It's so easy to do. Anytime people, oh, I can never wall jump in that game. That's where that playing it wrong instinct comes from. It's like, no, you just need a few minutes of practice. You need to just understand the mechanism and then practice for a few minutes. If you can't wall jump in Super Metroid, it's because you either don't know the mechanism or you haven't practiced for a couple of minutes. And both of those count as playing it wrong. So I do understand where that mindset comes from. Like, I've got that place inside of me, but I don't like hearing it, and I assume nobody else likes hearing it either. If there's a Dragon Quest III remake that rebalances that kind of stuff, I might be interested in playing through it. We'd have to wait and see. I played most of Dragon Quest VIII. It's just incredibly long. I felt like I played that game for like 50 hours and then fought like the main bad guy we'd been chasing the entire game. And then the next quest was like some stupid first act RPG, like basic stuff. Like, now the prince is going on an adventure and we have to go babysit the prince. And I'm like level 50 and I just beat like the main boss we've been chasing. Why is there more game? And why is it like basic level 10 stuff? I felt insulted. And I was just bored with the game at that point. Like, I'd been playing it for 50 hours. I feel like I'd seen everything I was going to see, and I quit playing it. So, when it comes to figuring things out, like in Dragon Quest III, what I figured out was that every dungeon was going to have tons of man-eater chests, and that I wasn't able to win those fights. That's what I figured out. That was a bad lesson to learn. Like, it wasn't the correct lesson, obviously, because that's not what the game is, but that is what the game trained me to understand. I would have to unlearn that and then learn the correct mechanics of the game, but the only way to do that is to have somebody teach me. The game did a bad job in teaching me what it was about. There's my Giant's Gloves. I think that's all the treasures I want to get out of here. Ribbon and Giant's Gloves. I don't think there's anything else I'm really aching for. Look at these tiny ass heals we're pulling out. These 30 some odd hit point heals. Woof. Yeah, as a streamer, I've never liked backseat gaming, but I wasn't streaming Dragon Quest III. This was many, many years ago before I started streaming. That is why I very rarely play games blind on stream anymore, though, because backseat gaming has ruined a lot of like first impression experiences I've had with games because I streamed them and people in the chat were telling me how to play the game while I was still kind of figuring out how to play the game. It is weird to have an axe equipped right now, but it's weird to have 3 knights in the party. Like, that it's just very strange. We did one stream of Dragon Quest VI. It was it was picked for, like, I used to do viewers' choice streams. People would vote on what I should play on one week. So, like, I spent a whole stream, so 4 or 6 hours at least, playing that game and didn't get anywhere in it. I felt like I was still in the prologue of that game. It was ridiculous. Like, I didn't have any party members except for the main hero guy. Like, no game mechanics had been introduced. I barely got into any random encounters. It was silly. I've heard that Dragon Quest VII is like a super slow burn like that. But I'd never heard about Dragon Quest VI doing the same thing. We'll just fight these. See if we can get some hit points back. The axe is actually doing some work. The axe is doing better than I thought. The problem with axes is low hit percent. You usually have to give up one. Like, you see this axe is probably only doing 3 hits. Hubert and Hubert are doing 5 hits pretty consistently with their swords. That's the downside of using axes, is you get fewer hits. But also, these sharks are dropping worm killers. There's my ribbon. Okay, cool. Also, I'm not making a judgment about anybody in my chat. I'm sure you all are wonderful people. But in general, stream chats don't know what they're talking about. It is extremely common for people to go into stream chats and start popping off information about a game and just be wrong. Just completely be wrong. I can't tell you how many times I've streamed Final Fantasy, especially the early games, like 1 or 4 or even 6, a couple times I've streamed that. They just have wrong information. They just don't know the game as well as the streamer does. I see that all the time on, like, speedrun streams, Mario Maker streams, like all kinds of stuff. A lot of it, especially with Final Fantasy games, is a problem because there's been so many versions that people will talk about one version and not realize that their information is not applicable because it comes from another version of the game that the streamer's not currently playing. So I always have this tendency to just not want to listen to my chat at all when they're trying to give me helpful advice, because I've just, so many times I've just been like, y'all just were wrong, you didn't know what you were saying. When Final Fantasy 16 comes out, suffice it to say I will not be streaming it for my first play. That's for me. That's mine. I get to play it. None of y'all get to watch. I'm going to play it on my own and learn it on my own and learn it at my own pace and make all my own mistakes and not have anybody yell at me and not have the stress of streaming along with, I'm just going to enjoy it. And after I've played it all the way through once and learned some stuff about it, then I'll stream it and share what I've learned. That's my plan. I didn't do that with Final Fantasy 15, and I love Final Fantasy 15, but I will always regret streaming my first playthrough of it. Some of my formative memories of Final Fantasy 15 are of stream chat interactions where I was like playing the game badly and getting yelled at for it, or like trying to figure something out, how the game works, and have somebody like just say it in chat before I had a chance to even experiment properly, or start quest lines that stream chat's like, oh, you shouldn't even do that quest. That quest is pointless right now. Like, I'm always going to have those memories in my head. And it has nothing to do with the game. It has to do with how I chose to play that game. I still love Final Fantasy 15, by the way. Like, I'm definitely... I don't have bad... Didn't have a bad experience with it. And I've done replays of it since that I've really enjoyed. And they've updated the game, so all the stuff that I learned on that first playthrough, a lot of it's not even applicable anymore. Because that game receives so many updates. Games I've played a million times, I generally don't mind backseating, though. Like, especially these old Final Fantasy games. Like, feel free to say whatever you want. You can't backseat me in a Final Fantasy game. You can't. You can't. First of all, you probably don't know as much about the games as I do. And on the off chance that you do, and you have something like a piece of information, a piece of trivia, like, I'm going to be excited to experiment with it. I'm going to want to try it out. Because I always like learning new things about these games. So old Final Fantasy games, I'm just happy to learn. But yeah, I probably won't get in the habit again of... I had a few years where every time I played a brand new game, I streamed it. And I think that was just a mistake. I think that was just bad. Alright, sir. You use the Defender. You speed drink yourself. You speed drink yourself. You cast. We're going to go with Invisible first. So my understanding is Blink will stack with Invis, but neither Blink nor Invis stack with themselves. But both of them raise your... evasion. I think, yeah, 16% gives you a point, gives you an extra hit. I think. I don't know for certain. And I think we're good. Like, I don't think we can do much. We're going to get into much trouble from here. Does this version of Kraken use Thundara? Not sure. Yeah, everybody's got Proterra, so there's just nothing for my white mage to do anymore. We just use the gauntlets, I guess. Yeah, 3 hits, 24 damage on Kraken. Looks like our heightened accuracy from those speed drinks is not negated by being blinded. Don't ink me, bro! So I'm curious after a few rounds to see if we've still got the speed. Yeah, the speed drinks are still on. Everything's still on. We don't even, I don't think we need to stack drinks against these, against Kraken. Maybe Tiamat will do 2 speed drinks each, or I'll just go buy a stock of them. I did have the Giant's Glove I could have used. The Haste spell has never stacked in any version of this game, but I wonder if Haste does stack with speed drinks. Alright, the other level 7 spell here was Null Death, which I'm not interested in, so we can just peace out. I think I want to go get Excalibur before fighting Tiamat, because Tiamat we can't Bane Sword anymore. So we are going to want the extra hits from Excalibur. The extra attack power. Yeah, this is the power of the White Wizard. You get into fights like that, and if you have enough rounds early enough, you can just make your party invincible. So yeah, that's the plan against Chaos too. So I'm pretty sure the Giant's Glove or the Saber spell stacks, because I watched the dude fight Chaos with a solo thief and use the Giant's Glove like 8 times in a row. And then did thousands, like 1,700 damage with a thief. Equipped with, I think the best thing the thief can equip is a worm killer. Still waiting on our night magic to come through. Level 7 and level 8 magic is also good on White Mage. We're gonna get that Dispel spell. Yeah, like we want both of these. I'd like to buy all 4 level 8 spells. I think we're not going to buy Holy. I'm trying to think when I would use Holy. I don't think I will. So yeah, we're gonna buy this to protect our unribboned fighter that we're gonna have, and then Dispel for Chaos, and then Arise. So these are the encounters you'd find on the Peninsula of Power. Actually, no, you wouldn't find wyverns there. So there must be 2 separate encounter sets, North Luthenia and South Luthenia. Look at this fight. Yeah, just 5 of them. Why not? Why not 5 of them, you know? We are going to be able to get the Blink spell on all of our knights, too, which is going to be super nice for Chaos. That's going to be an amazing improvement. They'll all have Blink and Invisible on the first round. Oh, they changed it from Arise to Full Life in this version. So there's like 2 separate naming conventions for the revival spells. The game's either going to go with Raise, Arise, Re-Raise, or it's going to go with Life, Full Life, Auto Life. And there doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to which naming conventions they go with, but we've switched. We've gone from Raise Arise to Life Full Life for this version. Okay. Fine. I love the water effects in this game. I think the water looks really cool, just in general. In this and in Final Fantasy III. Looks great. So next we just go get the Adamants and then warp out. Because we're going to want Excalibur for Tiamat. Since we cannot Bane Sword anymore. Ooh, it's the rare blue monster. Alright, alright. I'm down. I don't think there's anything she can do that's going to be helpful here. This is an extremely rare monster. This is one of the rarest monsters in Final Fantasy 1. We loot. We loot now. Those aren't the guys with flare. There's another version of that little knight that does use flare. Yeah, like this is worth switching. When he gains one more level, he's going to get an extra hit, and the Vorpal Sword has more crit. So I'm going to do that. And you're not going to get a ribbon, so you get the Aegis Shield. My boy's going to be forever unribboned. We might even... No, we're not going to equip this. Well, we might on our... It's the exact same as a Mithril Helm. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine where he is. Your bloodthirsty blade attacks! Not played NetHack in a couple years. I should stop talking about her. I'm going to start jonesing for it. Last thing I need right now is to start up a series of NetHack runs. That's for damn sure. There's too many games, you guys. I got these Pixel remakes coming out. Still working on Legend of Mana. We've got Outer Wilds DLC coming. We've got Psychonauts coming out in another month or two, I think. To say nothing of the stack of PS5 games I want to play as soon as I get a PS5. We got a big Minecraft update that's supposed to drop that got delayed. But that's supposed to hit later this year. Too many friggin' games to play. Anytime I see somebody like, oh, such and such ruined gaming, all I think of is the enormous list of games that I need to play like right now. It feels like there's always a dozen games coming out that I want. I don't have time to play all the good games that come out. Yeah, the Black Knight's a bad man. He's a bad, bad man. That Black Knight, he's a bad man. He's bad. I've learned from experience that nobody watches NetHack streams. Nobody. Even at the peak of my popularity on Twitch, when I used to like effortlessly pull in 30, 40 viewer streams, no matter what I played, I'd put on NetHack and watch the viewership just tank. And it would just be like me and 5 like really hardcore NetHack people. I love NetHack streams though. They're so rare. It's so rare to find a good NetHack stream. Because usually it's somebody who's like playing it for the first time and like not really clicking with it. But I like watching like a really good NetHack player. I also play using the ASCII graphics. I don't play using the tile sets. So people look at the stream and think I'm like programming or that I am a computer. Like I'm a robot person taking over the world. And it just offends people. NetHack and jazz I can't do anymore. I used to do a stream where I'd play NetHack and just play like a jazz playlist in the background. I had this like big curated list of music from the like 30s and 40s of like just old-timey jazz, and it was really good. Really chill streams, but they got content ID'd into oblivion. You can't make a dime off of them. And especially on YouTube, YouTube is a bigger stickler about that kind of stuff than Twitch is. Blue Dragons, just wandering around Mirage Tower. You know, they're a mini-boss in here, but let's just fight a bunch of them in random encounters. Why not? They're just all over the place. I've ascended all of the roles in NetHack that I care about ascending. I haven't ascended with every single role. There's a lot of roles in that game that are just dumb. There's a lot of roles that are just like some other role, but worse. I did ascend a tourist, and I ascended an archaeologist, which are considered like the hardest ones to ascend. I've done a couple of archaeologists, though. I did Ranger, which I enjoyed a lot. Everybody told me that Ranger was going to be terrible, but I liked it. I did Cleric, Monk. I've done a Valkyrie. I've done a Barbarian. I've done a Caveman. Oh, no, I haven't done a Barbarian. I did Caveman, not Barbarian. Oh, look, an actual hammer for so-and-so. She can almost get 3 hits. Okay. I think you're going to want the Dragon Mail. No. We want you to have the Dragon Mail. Just to have the highest attack. Or highest defense. Oh, it's not better than Diamond Armor. Never mind. You have the Dragon Mail then. Oh, somebody gets a Sun Sword as well. That's a safe upgrade. And then we're going to want the Defender just in the inventory, actually. So we're not going to equip a Defender. I want it in the inventory so anybody can use it. Oh, no, I don't. It's not going to matter because we can just buy the Blink spell on my Knights. They don't need to use the Defender for it. I've started playing Final Fantasy 1 Randomizer with... there's a setting now for, like, tough pirates. So you fight the pirates and they're always hard. I thought that was amusing. I hope the mod scene for this game and the other Pixel remasters eventually make randomizer kind of content. It's a bad use of a level 7 spell, but you know what? No, they're just vampires. We can just go Diaga. Should do the trick. Vampire's trying to run away. Here comes the daylight. Oh, right. Vampire HP's been buffed. So I should have gone with Diaga. I'm not good enough at NetHack to ascend super consistently. But I think I'm better than average in that I have ascended some characters. I spam Elberth like a mofo. Deep Towns is fun. Finding a town on like floor 6 of a dungeon, that's always fun. Final Fantasy 1 Rando, the settings that I play is super, I like it really trolly and really randomized. And so the settings I use, it's really all about breaking into the seed. It's all about pushing far enough to find like the one thing you need to start taking off. And then the rest of the seed falls in line pretty early. Whether it be like a really good spell at a low level, or a spellcasting item, or whatever it is. But once you break into the seed, it usually falls pretty quick. I don't think this is worth equipping, is it? No. And not worth using in this version either. Why is the Earth Medusa in the sky, you ask? The answer might surprise you. Chemtrails. Yeah, my understanding is the mod scene is already working on it. Like, this Death Knight, this guy casts Flare. And usually it's not his first spell. In the NES version, as long as you take them out in the first round or so, you'll never see Flare. On this version, though, they'll just throw it at you. I would really like to see a Final Fantasy III randomizer. I think Final Fantasy III would lend itself really well to being randomized because it kind of splits the difference between 1 and 4 in a lot of ways. And both of those randomizers are really good, but for different reasons. Like, Final Fantasy IV has much more interesting gating, whereas Final Fantasy I is much more about finding what you need in treasure boxes to win the game. So it's more of a treasure hunt game, whereas Final Fantasy IV is about, like, following the daisy chains of progression items. And finding good characters to use. We tried really hard to get enemies to flee in this version. I bought the Fear spell, I used it liberally, and we never once saw an enemy run away. I mean, it happens. It does. Enemies do run away, but we've never seen an enemy that we connected with the Fear spell run away after having used it. Which version of Final Fantasy III does it randomize? The Famicom version? Because that version I don't think lends itself to a randomizer very well. Because it doesn't have the upgrades to the jobs that would be needed. It's not rebalanced. Like, you get to, what if you don't find or roll Dragoon or whatever? You just don't fight Garuda unless without, like, stupid amounts of power leveling. What's my level look like? 33. Maybe we'll just push through the Tiamat without getting the Excalibur first. And not have to replay this dungeon. I mean, in the Pixel Remaster, I've watched a dude fight Garuda at pretty low levels, like level 20-something, without Dragoon, and just worked. Oh, that's right, these are slimes. We can still get critical hits on them, I guess. You could also just rebalance the experience curve. That's something randomizers do a lot. Like, if you're guaranteed to get way more experience, then just spending 10 minutes and grinding up a bunch of levels becomes a viable strategy to get past a fight like Garuda. I got 2 Dragon Spears waiting for me when I get back to Final Fantasy V. I can't wait. We rolled Dragoon, Mime, Chemist, and Samurai for our Fiesta this year. And I've played Bard in the Final Fantasy V Fiesta like 6 runs in a row. Like, I keep rolling Bard. And Bard just has an I win button against Omega. So the question of, like, how is this party this year going to fight Omega and Shinryu? And Shinryu, it's going to come down to double Dragon Lances, baby. So I got that set up waiting for when we get back to that. I think we're looking at Friday, maybe. Chemist is real strong in Final Fantasy V, but not until the second world. Not until you're able to get Holy Waters. Because the mix that, like, berserks and hastes your somebody, that's extremely good. Just in every boss fight ever. But you can't do it until the second world. We had to play with Chemists through all of the first world, where really the only good thing they have is their pharmacology. They can use potions better than anyone else. And then they were being backed up by Mime early on in the first world. So we had rough start to the Fiesta, going through it with Chemist and Mime. Like, our other jobs were Samurai and Dragoon, which are both pretty good. So it's a strong team, and we're going to be able to use... I'm not fighting these guys again. We've seen enough of these nerds. I personally don't like Chemist because I feel like I can only play the job with a spreadsheet open, which is literally how I've been doing it. I just don't think it's a very fun job to use. But we are going to fight Omega by using the mix that turns Omega into a dragon and then jumping on him with double Dragon Lances. I'm either going to make sure that one Dragoon can survive and give him both Dragon Lances, or I'm going to have 2 Dragoons with 1 Dragon Lance each. Not sure. We'll have to test that when it comes to it. Yeah, give you a ribbon, and you the Diamond Helm. I did not remember. I did not mean to flee from that fight. I wanted to kill those Manticores. Whoops. So one of the mods that I hope somebody cracks early on, I hope somebody puts out a mod for the Final Fantasy V Remaster, that starts the games with all the jobs unlocked. Because that's what I like to do for Fiesta. I like to be able to like roll a silly job in the beginning of the game and immediately switch to it. I did have to fight Garula one year with bards. That's not fun, but I did it. Have not seen the Warmech yet. We might see it. We're about to cross the Warmech Bridge. I didn't like the Final Fantasy V randomizer. It's called... There's two of them now floating around out there. There's one called Career Day, which is a free enterprise style randomizer where you fly around the world and all the stuff is randomized. And then there's another one called Final Fantasy V Ancient Cave, which is based on the Ancient Cave of Lufia 2. So it just gives you this big long dungeon to go through. And then randomizes the treasures you find in it. Yeah, if you roll Bard as your first job in the Fiesta, and you're playing with the... like I am, I play with a version of the game with all the jobs unlocked. Yeah, you did. The place is up, everything up through Garula with 4 bards. And it's not fun. Can't sing. There's no songs that early in the game. And all they can equip is knives. If I don't use Diaja here, where am I going to use it? Two and a half hours is a long time to grind a war. They're a rare encounter, but they're not the rarest encounter on the bridge. I think there's 8 spots on the table, so 8 out of 128 fights where the Warmech appears. But the first instance where it appears is more than halfway through the encounter list. So when people think of the Warmech as being really rare, what they're thinking of is powering on the game, going up to this floor, and then having to fight through 100 encounters to get to the spot on the list where the Warmech exists. Once you get to that spot on the list, they're actually pretty common. I think there's a spot where you fight 2 Warmechs almost back to back. But if we're just rolling randomly on the full encounter table, then yeah, they're probably much, much more rare. Also, a 4-job Fiesta in Final Fantasy III might be strictly impossible, because if you don't roll any white magic casting jobs, you can't get into the miniature dungeons. You'd have to bend the rules at some point, no matter how you slice it. I forgot I have this new black shirt. I can do slightly more damage than the gauntlets now. That one's gone. He just pieced out. No, this game, this remake they've completely revamped how the encounter lists work. I'm not even sure if the encounter table even looks the same for each area. But you're rolling randomly on the table rather than going through the list. So if you're familiar with the NES or Dawn of Souls version, you're gonna see encounters that you've either never seen before or would be impossible on the NES. Like, they've crafted new encounters as well. Alright, so everybody's going to get a turn with the Defender, which is somewhere. Oh, somebody's got it equipped. Never mind, you won't get a turn with the Defender. Whoops, messed that up. Oh, I was supposed to go by Blink. I was going to exit the dungeon and forge Excalibur and buy Blink. That's what I was going to do. And then I decided not to leave the dungeon. So now we're just here with no Blink. Well, we can speed drink at least. You can Giant's Gloves. That's what we can do. You can Giant's Gloves. Oh, we'll still win the fight. Don't worry. We're not going to lose this fight. We have a white wizard. We're not going to lose the boss fight, guys. Don't worry. Like, even just one application of Saber, I think, is doing good work for us. And that is the end of Hubert's usefulness. So this is a round where, like, if I had those attack up drinks, we'd use one of those right now. So I guess we'll just heal Ara until a round where we, like, have to spot heal or something. Oh, I got Thor's Hammer, which is just lightning too, though. Let's just wave the black shirt in her stupid faces. Hey, everybody's got all the buffs they're likely to get. See ya. So Tiamat used to be susceptible to Bane and Break, but not in this version. She's immune to it like all the other bosses now. What's frustrating about Final Fantasy II is that I think you can make it into a really good game, but you'd have to go back to the drawing board and kind of build it up from the beginning. You can't just take any existing version of Final Fantasy II and tweak a couple of things to make the game better. It's too broken. But if you went back to the drawing board and, like, reimagined how some stuff worked, you could get a version of the game that I think would be really good. And they've done that with the 3D versions of 3 and 4. They've done that with, like, even Final Fantasy 1 Dawn of Souls does a lot of that kind of stuff. But they won't do it with Final Fantasy 2. They keep just like, if we tweak just like a little bit about how the mechanics work, the game will be good now. No, it won't. The game will never be good. We can forget Protects. Yeah. And Diaga. Because I want to get Blink and Life for her now. And we don't need Protect with them. Like, step one, just every door that just goes to a monster closet, just take it out. Don't replace it with anything. Don't change how it works. Just every door in Final Fantasy II that's just a monster closet, just pave it over. Just brick the door over. No more door there. The game is instantly like 10% better with just that change and nothing else. We don't need any of these. Like, we're never going to cast level 2 magic with the knights. Move it. Move it. Thank you. So I'm obligated to play some version of Final Fantasy II eventually because we're doing the almost perfect save, which I'm going to get back to, but I don't know if it can be the Pixel remaster because it doesn't have all the bonus content. Like, is it really the almost perfect save if I haven't even played the bonus content? And we see Kira. And then Life. Or yeah, put loot in every monster closet. There's mechanical reasons why, like programmatically why that wouldn't work in old versions of the game. But you don't have to code the dungeons to work like that. You could make them all go to separate rooms with treasure in them or something. The really time-consuming thing for the almost perfect save in Final Fantasy II would be just maximum weapon levels on all characters. Like, that's going to be the obscene grind of that game. Alright, we're going to go with Excalibur on you. No, we're not. Excalibur on you. Because you've got a ribbon. You can have... You can just keep the Defender for now. Have they confirmed that they're doing Saga Frontier 2? A remaster of Saga Frontier 2? Has that been actually confirmed? Because I'd look forward to playing that. I didn't play it back in the day, but I really enjoyed replaying Saga Frontier this year. Brick Road, you skipped the volcano! Don't worry, guys, we're going. We're doing Volcano now. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to stock up on all the items. I get some of those, some of those, some of those, some of those. And then the stat increasing items we're going to want as well. They probably should have drawn extra sprites for the airship traveling diagonally, I think. About like 20 of each of these. Yeah, let's buy 40 of each of these, so we'll just have as many as we can use. Alright, I want the black shirt up here. High potions, potions. We want Phoenix Downs up here. I want elixirs. I want my ethers, my dry ethers. And then we want the speed drinks. No, we want Giant's Gloves as well up here. Actually, we probably want Giant's Gloves here. Let's do it instead of potions. We're not going to use another potion ever. Alright, we got our speed drinks. We got our strength drinks. We're probably never going to... Oh, you know, we don't need protect drinks. Those aren't ever going to be useful. There, that should do it. Yeah, they added those extra potions into Dawn of Souls. And left them in this version for whatever reason. Oh, my ship's over here now. What am I doing? Yeah, you have to buy the bottle first. Then after you've purchased the bottle, that stuff appears. We're not getting any treasures in here. Don't care about any of it. 5 of these guys, huh? Alright, if you say so, game. The good old EXPs. This monster is worth a stupid amount of experience for the effort it takes to fight them. And in Randomizer, where you have like experience multipliers turned on, they're just an excellent source of experience. So they've earned themselves the name, the EXPs. Oh yeah, doing the fire war. There's no reason to come into the volcano until the end of the game. Unless you want to do some level grinding on the spiked squares here, which you can't do in this version anyway. There's no treasure in here that's worth getting. You're better off going straight to the waterfall and the sea shrine. Always do the volcano last. So the potions and stuff in Final Fantasy 15, like, yeah, they're energy drinks, but there's, like, magical powers in them that only Noctis can unlock, which is why they work the way they do for your party, but not for anybody else in the world. It's also why it's really stupid that they did a Final Fantasy 14 crossover where now this girl just uses healing magic and nobody's like, oh, this is the most powerful person in the world. We definitely need to put her on the party. My goodness. Like, we need her to help fight these demon monsters that are taking over the Earth. That's true in all versions of the game. You can never get encounters on damaged tiles. That's why I'm trying to stick to damaged tiles if I can. But it's a little tricky when I'm running at this speed. One last ogre mage. Don't worry, Carrie, I'll save you. I stand corrected. Oh, this time he brought friends. He's back at it. I'm not even gonna do anything special here, I don't think. Like, we're gonna need Dispel eventually to get rid of Chaos's hastes when he puts it up. So I don't have Holy to we need this to put a ribbon on our unribboned fighter, and this is just insurance. It's too good to not have. So we just don't have a lot we can do here with Hubert's turn. We didn't even buy Null Blaze. I think I was gonna get rid of Diara and buy Null Blaze, but then I didn't, and now it doesn't matter. They renamed her Marilith in Final Fantasy IX, actually. I think is the earliest she was actually called Marilith, and then in subsequent remakes of this game as well. So she's been Marilith longer than she's been Carrie at this point. But she'll always be Carrie to me. What they really should have done if they wanted to force you to do the dungeons in a proper order is put like an item in the volcano that you need to use to open the ice cave. I'm glad they didn't do that, so you can get the airship and skip the volcano, but if they had done that, it's an extra layer of gating. Like Final Fantasy III is structured that way. You can't really do the stuff out of order in Final Fantasy III. We are going to smash Chaos. Sleep well, my friend. I don't need to do any other prep work. I think we just go in and get... I just don't like this experience level. 35 is a little... I mean, whatever. We'll go for it. If Chaos kills us, we can just exit out and still have the Masamune because of the way the autosave works in this game. Really? Okay. I like the sound of the Chaos Shrine, but yeah, Temple of Fiends. I think Temple of Fiends, like, gives the game away a little bit. like, technically you're not supposed to know that this location is associated with the Four Fiends. And if you haven't completed the game before, the term chaos also doesn't have any particular association with this dungeon either. So calling it the Chaos Shrine is like a little mystery that gets unraveled later in the game if you don't know all the lore behind it. Like, early in the game, you don't know that it's associated with the Four Fiends that you're going to fight, but you also don't know what the significance of the title Chaos is. We did grab Excalibur. We're good to go. I don't know why these black flans want to play. I don't want to play with them. These guys will fight. I do wish they had added a fourth ribbon somewhere for this version. That would have been a nice... Like, turn one of the treasure boxes late in the game, like the second katana maybe, into a ribbon instead. Why? Who needs two katanas? Nobody. If you have two ninjas, maybe. But who has two ninjas? Nobody. In Dawn of Souls, you can get a fourth ribbon in the Hellfire Chasm. I think you have to fight Rubicante for it. 9 of you nerds, eh? Alright. We're going to tear up their ranks one by one. Working on the middle rank now. I didn't get a protect cloak anywhere. Oh, because I didn't loot the last 2 floors of the floating castle. Ooh, we're going to have to get the protect cloak out of here then. I want that, I think. These guys aren't the one that use flare. The Death Knight uses flare. The Black Knights don't. Good night, Aaron. Sleep well. Death Eye. Again, preemptive strike against the eye, so it's not even here. Both eye mini-bosses we got preemptives on this game. So the first boss in this dungeon is the Lich. It's a refight against Lich. And Lich always opens with Flare in previous versions of the game due to monsters in older versions having to... They're forced to use their spells in order. But in this Lich refight, Lich can use any spell he wants in his spell rotation. So there's a chance that he won't do that. And in fact, in our previous playthrough, he didn't use Flare at all on us. Power staff, you don't say. I wonder if there's any like weird rare items just waiting in the loot table somewhere, because enemies could not drop loot in the NES version. It seems like a weird place where they might stick some of the Dawn of Souls equipment, maybe, if they felt like it. Like have something drop a rune staff 1% of the time. Excuse me, I'm allergic to mentioning the rune staff. We could talk about Saga again if you want. It's not like this, not like it's a verboten topic. The only Saga games I played recently, actually no, I played Final Fantasy Legend 3 on stream. That's been a couple years ago now. I guess it's not recently anymore. But I played the Saga 2 remake for DS. There's a pretty good English translation patch for that. I really enjoyed that. And then the Saga Frontier Remaster that came out a few months ago. I got that on Switch and really enjoyed it. I got a bunch of worm killers off of the sharks in the Sea Shrine. I'm not going to do anything with them. Like, I don't need a bunch of worm killers. These guys look a lot beefier. Like, their sprite looks a lot beefier than the NES sprite. And then they still got the tiny little head. Something unnerving about, like, being able to see the features on the face, on the tiny little head, makes that monster sprite very unnerving indeed. Yeah, the Saga Frontier Remaster was really good. I enjoyed it. They have just enough quality of life changes to make the game palatable. Like, for one thing, the game is very careful to warn you if you're about to save the game in an area you can't leave. That was a major problem in the original release, was you could save your game anywhere, and there were lots of areas where if you save, you're just stuck there. You can't go level up. That said, I did play using very extensive guides, so I still think the game gives really terrible feedback on how to build your characters, and I don't think players can reasonably figure out how to do it without just looking it up. But I had a good time with it. Man, that eel just wants to play. He's just a good dude. He just wants to come out and swim around and have a grand old time. Yeah, like, they explain, like, dungeon gimmicks and stuff, and dungeons you would just kind of have to randomly figure out, I guess, in the original. They explain what's going on. Just waiting for him to use Flare. Like, sometime he's going to pop out Flare. I can use up all my Diaja because I've got 99 ethers. I can just give all of her spell charges back. Like, when I played Saga 2, I still used the monster calculator to make sure I got the strongest monsters early as possible. There we go. There's the big boy spell. Alright, we're in this now. He showed up. Also, that boss is dead forever now. Like in the previous versions, if you left and came back, it would have been a spiked square, and you have to fight him every time. But you don't have to do that in this version. Alright, so we actually do have to get some treasures on this floor. See, you can see just the power of the white mage. It's not a weak class. Just for the first half of the game, before you start getting spellcasting items, there's really nothing your white mage can do for you. In most cases. If you have black magic, you don't ever need white magic early in this game. And then by the time white magic is really helpful in this game, you have spellcasting items. But I think this party very early on was a good indication of some of the cool stuff the white mage can do. Like, we would not have won the fight against the Pisco demons without... Well, we got a lucky preemptive against the Pisco demons, but without the invis spell was really the deal breaker. That's really what we needed. A protect ring. I thought it was a protect cloak we got in here. I guess not. It's the ring and the katana. Well, if we go hunting Warmex with this team, I can get a protect cloak up in the floating castle. Maybe there is a protect cloak up here. I don't remember. We're going to open all the boxes. I just don't remember. I mean, listen, I would have really liked to have a white wizard in that chaos fight on my other party. Like, having no white magic at all for that fight. It was tough going. And we weren't under-leveled. We had opened every single treasure box in the game. We were of an appropriate level to fight chaos. It's just, it was rough. Hubert's getting worked over by that fire spell because he doesn't have a ribbon. And there's the katana. Two separate animations for Blaze because they're technically two different spells. The Fire Lizard version of Blaze is a lot weaker. It's a good shield sound effect. I really like it. Ambushed by these guys. What were they hiding behind? It's a big featureless room. Ah, there is one. Okay. Great and good. All right. We're going to go with speed drink. And then start using giant gloves. Need to get a critical hit, Hubert. What are you doing? You get some Giant's Gloves, and you can start with these Strength Tonics. Speed Drink, Visira, Saber, Protera, Strength Tonic. Yeah, it stacks with Saber. Yeah, this Chaos fight's gonna be smooth compared to the one we had the other night. It's gonna be butter. Thought I was going to do 2 Giants tonics per character in Chaos fight, but it looks like my Knights are only going to need 1. Hubert still might need 2. Bring her up to 900 health. Alright, we're going to start with blink, 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 blink. That's a good opening from you, Kraken. Thanks. Now, speed drinks. Oops. That's the kind of damage we're hoping to avoid with all these protective spells. Your turn with the gloves. Your turn with the gloves. We might as well just complete the game on this run. There's no reason to really teleport out. We could always kill Chaos and then teleport out. It's something we could do. And if we lose to Chaos, like if the fight's just too hard and we do have to teleport out, like the game will allow us to do that too. This party's just silly. It's a silly Billy party. So if the maximum evasion boost you can get is one, if you can't stack blink, it's going to be 1 layer of blink and 1 layer of invisible. And any character can do that because of the spellcasting items. So I'm just thinking forward to like solo runs, like use the defender to get blink, then use the white shirt to get invisible. If that's the maximum evasion anybody can get, then from there it's going to be like giant drinks and X potions and stuff. We're going to have to figure out where to get those off of monsters to farm those up in a solo run, probably while leveling up to 99. Iron Golem again. We found him on the previous run too. That's the rarest encounter in the game. Okay. I want you to have the Masamune. Because you're going to get null all anyway. And then I guess you're good with the Sunblade. That's how we're doing it. Yeah, you basically do get 4 times experience if... Because dead characters don't earn experience, so the experience gets split fewer ways. So if everybody else is dead, then one person gets all the experience for the fight. No, hitting max level in a solo game is easy. Finding the most efficient grind spot in each stage of the game is a little trickier. Nightmare trying to get away. Let me out of here! Blink, 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 blink. I want to get my invis up right now. So you don't have a speed drink yet. You get your own speed drink. You get your own speed drink. Actually, no. You've got the Masamune. You speed drink my boy, and you use the Giant's Glove. So you're up and running right away, and that frees you up to cast Null All. Alright, so speed drink. You need one. You need one. You know what? No, you use the Giant's Glove. You attack, and you can speed drink our Excalibur user. You can Giant's Glove. You're the Sun Sword guy coming up the rear. I'm going to use Hilaga here. I don't think we need it, but might as well. I don't know what stacks with what. I don't know if anything stacks. Giant's Glove, I'm almost certain stacks, just because I watched the guy use it 8 times in a row, and then he did 1700 damage to Chaos with a Thief. I haven't done the science, and as far as I know, I haven't seen anybody like really crunch the numbers. Alright, final floor. I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, and then come back and kill Chaos. Well, no, first we're going to kill these monsters. Alright, I'll be right back, and we'll complete this run. Alright, ready to go. Yeah, I was watching a stream last night. A guy had a level 99 thief equipped with the Masamune, so the strongest weapon in the game, but basically just used Giant's gloves like 8 times in a row and then killed Chaos by doing 1700 damage a round. So I'm pretty sure the Giant's gloves do stack. You know, that would explain it too. If application of the Giant's Glove also gives you 10 points of accuracy, then he's getting more hits as well. So maybe Saber is just like exceptionally good in this version. I want to blink. What up? Everybody blinks first. And now we're going to Giant's Tonic. You again. You, and you Hilaga. No. No all. So we need to see Hilaga before Chaos does anything next round. You can do the shirt. What are you gonna do? Giant's Tonic yourself. Giant's Glove. Oh no, Speed Drink first. Okay, and you Giant Tonic yourself. Who still needs Speed Drink? I think you do. Yeah. You're good to attack, I think. Blink, no all, Giant's Tonic. You know what? Let's stack the Giant's Glove twice then. Now we get everybody healed up. Cool. So all the defensive buffs are in play. Now you need a speed drink. I'm just going to look at the cycle here. Make sure, yeah, you need one. You need one. You've got one. The other two already have theirs. So you're going to Giant's Gloves yourself twice. You can start attacking. You're going to heal Aga again. Oh, Protera. Yes, I skipped Protera. Well, next round I need to cast Dispel, because Chaos just hasted himself. The real test is going to be how much damage he does with a punch here. I think I want you to use the Giant's Gloves now. You're good to attack, you're good to attack, and you're going to Dispel. Whew! Thank goodness for those Giants tonics. Miss. That's not good. Maybe it's not worth trying to dispel his haste then. Okay, let's do this. You're gloving. Is you were dead here? Yes. That sucks. That's why we have this. So he's lost all his buffs then. Yes, he's doing 700 damage even through Protera. Yeah, Death removes every single buff. Insane. So he's starting over from nothing. That's the worst person he could have attacked. Our Mazamune wielder still has all the buffs though. So full life doesn't even matter once he's hasted. That's pretty funny. So we might as well just Phoenix down then. And I don't even know. Try Healaga? Use the shirt, because if the Phoenix Down goes off before the shirt, then they'll both get invis. I don't... Yeah, just the strength tonic, I think, is going to do the job here. I didn't want to risk their turn happening out of order, so... That's what these weak guys can do with their turn, I guess. Just try to get a strength tonic out. Let's do Healaga, actually. I'm going to need to throw another elixir at her. Actually, I might not have another elixir. I think I only had the one. No, this is a much tougher fight when he can go anywhere he wants in his spell list rather than having to go in a particular order. That's okay. We must have passed a threshold with those strength tonics, because 1300 is a big jump over what he was doing. These strength tonics were a really good investment. They are getting some work done. Yeah, those are definitely stacking. Those are definitely doing what they're designed to do. Which makes me suspect the Temper still stacks, because those are... they should have the same effect as the Temper spell. Is you were gonna survive? Nope, not quite. Okay, that was a lot breezier than the first time around. I shouldn't... So I blinked early because the first time I lost this fight was because he hasted himself and then just punched everybody to death. So I was thinking that the physical attacks were going to be a much bigger threat. And I'm not certain those Giants tonics actually did a lot of work one way or the other. Yeah, brutal fight. So he has all his stats from Dawn of Souls. So he has like the super... he's got like 40,000 hit points or something. He doesn't have a spell order. He can use any spells he wants in any order he wants. So he can haste himself early. He can spam Curaja every round, whatever he wants to do. And you don't have access to the bonus dungeon gear like you do in Dawn of Souls. So that's a super tough chaos fight. Alright, I don't think I want to watch this ending, though. Boop. Just close that. We've already seen the ending. We don't need to see it again. So, okay, I played Final Fantasy 1 twice, the Pixel Remaster, and I've played through Final Fantasy 3 Pixel Remaster. So, like, there's really nothing else for it. You know what I mean? Like, I think the time has come. We just have to accept the fact now that the time has come for another run of Final Fantasy. Okay, so we're going to do a Black Mage. And a Black Mage. And a Black Mage. And a Monk. Oh, I didn't screenshot my victory for Gilgabot. I'll have to grab it from the stream VOD later. I wish I could skip these cutscenes. Don't need to sit and watch these every time. I guess technically you do. I don't have a choice in the matter. I'm very excited to see 4 through 6 remastered. I'm very excited to see if 5 soundtrack is improved, because I don't like 5 soundtrack very much, but the remaster soundtracks have knocked it out of the park, and I'm wondering if they've improved it quite a bit. Oh, thanks, Eurexia. Much appreciated. That helps me a lot. I imagine Final Fantasy 4 and 6 will feel pretty much the same to me. Like, there's not much in those games that would need to be rebalanced, and they're probably going to look and play pretty much identically. I think the Final Fantasy 6 battle music, there's a lot of space for that to be... Like, it's already pretty good, but now that they have actual electric guitar they can use... Oh, you know what? No, not yet. If you don't sit through the entire credit sequence, you don't get the star on your file name, though. Oh, you know, let's buy some armor real quick before we do anything else. I haven't played a nice trolley Final Fantasy 1 randomizer on stream in quite a while. That randomizer is so different now. They've added so many features, it's almost unrecognizable. From last time I played it on YouTube. Oh, let's take off these knives. Or staves, or whatever they are. Who did it? $10 tip from Anonymous. The mystery man drove by and left me a Hamilton. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Some of you know what's happening right now. Some of you are just very confused. All things will make sense in time. I'm getting some like real Bruce Lee vibes from this monk, from the monk sprite. Which was almost certainly the original intent behind the NES sprite. So, okay. Welcome to a solo run of Final Fantasy 1. No, but I don't have enough gil for the inn now. Messed that up. I just need like 3 imps or something. This should work. Not Hubert was a threat. He's not from the land of Huberts. He's from the land of not Huberts. So the solo runs are going to be... The really tough solo runs starting out are Black Belt, Thief, and Black Mage, because the Pirates are such a huge roadblock. But we have high potions now. High potions are going to be very, very helpful in those fights. Pisco demons are going to be much tougher because you always get 4 of them. You can never get 2 Pisco demons. Actually, he's better off without armor already? I thought he had to level up some before. Yeah, he's already better without armor. Not without weapons, surely. No, not quite. Like, it's already a downgrade to put armor on him. Alright. Eventually, we are going to have to put armor on him, though, in order to have him... You need a protect ring and a ribbon and that kind of stuff. No, Peninsula of Power has been fixed. Also, it's bad, and you shouldn't use it anyway. It's not a good way to level up. So every level I'm going to check and see when we want to ditch the nunchucks. So Monk is just naturally good without equipment, but eventually the benefits of having armor are going to outweigh the benefits of not having it. Woo! We dying. Dead. I wasn't paying attention. I thought I was doing more damage than I was doing. Whoops. So there's no point to looting this floor, then, is there? Like, we don't need these treasures, then. Nope. Just let me out of here. That's one way to get out of that fight. Just see how close we can get to a Garland kill with just the potions we have. Here lies not Hubert. Dead. That was unlucky. Yeah, I think we just want to level up a couple times. Which means we might have to run back and buy some more potions, but there's better monsters in here than on the overworld. I can't believe he's, like, his armor is already bad. Like, immediately his armor was bad. It's better for him to not have armor. I should be leaving and re-entering in between fights to get that autosave. So not only do we have 50 heal potions, but we also have high potions, which is a full heal for a long time. So I'm betting we can do pirates much earlier than normal. I don't think we're going to get through a werewolf, honestly. Oh, we dodged that hit, though. Let's go. I'm gonna win this fight or die trying. See if I don't. Oh, we're poisoned. It's over. It's over. That's it. We're done. Didn't even get the werewolf. So this is what the pirates look like. You have to get around where like one of them misses to give yourself some breathing room to put an attack out, or to use potions and hope you heal more than they damage for. Now we go stockpile potions. I've only got 100 gil after all those fights. Well, I can sell this gear though. I'm not gonna get anything for it, but it's okay, the inn does not actually revive the dead U-brutes. They remain dead for all the rest of time. See if we do any better against these guys now. Nope. Yeah, you don't want to deal with Zomberts, man. Zomberts, you're having a bad day if the Zomberts show up. This will be a good experience if we can pull it off. Not missing like that, for sure. Dead. This should be possible as long as they don't paralyze us. Oh, I just gotta go for it now. Nope, never mind. I turned off auto battle too late and couldn't heal myself. Yeah, those werewolves are super uncommon in the NES version. They're very, very rare encounter in this dungeon. Just trying to get out of here with these treasures so I can sell them and buy more potions. If you've never seen or played a Final Fantasy 1 Solo before, why did that guy run from me? What kind of threat am I? But yeah, this is kind of how it goes. Just a lot of trying to get in and out. Super unfriendly fights just all day long. Let's take you out first. There are good encounters to level up on in here, but this isn't it. We're just gonna have to get a couple of levels on like the spiders and stuff. Fights like this probably won't even pay for the potion that I need to use to survive the fight. That's also kind of a rare encounter in this dungeon. Alright, there's too many just awful encounters in here. I need to switch the gears in my mind and get off of the NES encounter list that I'm so used to working with. No, you can just roll whatever encounter in there. We're better off fighting imps for a little while. We need levels up, but we also need potions. If we're using too many potions on the random encounters we're using to level up, we're not actually making any headway. Thief is good in this version, though. Starting out, Thief might be better than Monk. Actually, Thief is certainly better than Monk starting out. No stat ups that level? Really? None? He still likes the nunchucks. You know, I can probably do one more fight before staying at the inn. Oh, getting on the ocean with the ship's gonna be terrible with all those crazy sharks everywhere. Get those shark Sahagin Chief fights all over the place. This could be bad. It full health, I could take this fight easily, but... I have no idea if they've changed how you gain stats on level up. Although I don't have any idea if they've changed it for Dawn of Souls either. Dawn of Souls, you just don't really care because your characters are strong enough anyway. Final Fantasy 1 on the NES, for some of these solo runs, it really does behoove you to go through and get the good stats on every level. Actually, no, we've seen HP variance between the same class in this game. So yeah, your level ups do vary. That was just a bad level up, I guess. What does your accuracy do if we remove this? Nothing. Oh, you know what? Let's try this. It might just be that you get an accuracy bonus, like an untyped accuracy bonus, if he's not armed. Let's try an unarmed fight against some imps and see if we get 2 hits. We do. So yeah, it's immediately better not to use weapons with this guy. Alright, we're just naked. Naked and unarmed. I want antidote for safety's sake. So even though our accuracy is only 11%, I think an unarmed monk just gets double however many hits he's supposed to get for his accuracy. I have no idea what the monk gets on promotion. Alright, let's not use auto battle so I don't accidentally fight too long before I need to heal myself. Yeah, in the NES version, there's a hidden magic defense stat that increases as long as he's a monk, but stops increasing once you promote. So there's no benefit ever to promote a monk to a black belt, or a black belt to a master in the NES version. There's some stats. I don't think I'm going to try to save scum my levels up. I think we'll just be fine. Got the what? All right, these pirates, though. You need a lot of potions for the pirates, I think. Uh, 370 gil. We got 2 high potions. Let's buy a 3rd. So I think we fight the pirates until like 1 round will kill us, and then use a high potion. Is the plan here. And see what, if any, leveling up we need to do. See the castle in this shot, and you can see the light warriors in this shot, but you can't see the bridge they just crossed. That's a typo. That should really say as the only warrior of light, because there's only one of us. Where did these guys get the crystals, I wonder? They just say that 4 warriors holding a crystal arrived. Arrived from where? How did they get the crystals? What is the significance of our own characters in this game? Never addressed. Something something destiny. That's it. That's all you get. There's no 7-Eleven in or anywhere close to Cornelia. So if I'm right, we'll never go to 3 hits. We'll jump directly to 4. Oh, we're already at 4 hits. Never mind. We did. We went from 2 hits directly to 4 hits. Because we cleared 12 accuracy. It must be every 12 points then. Not every 16 or 32. That doesn't seem right to me. 4 hits with 13 accuracy? But unless the enemy dodges one of our hits, we should never see an odd number of hits. It should always just be doubled. I'm stupid enough to try this. Let's go. Now, one of them ran away, so this just got a lot easier. Yeah, not sure I want to pass up an ogre. Surely not. Easy game, easy life. And that fight paid for 2 potions. Only did the 1 though, just to make sure I didn't run into an encounter before stepping into the city. Alright, now for what is probably going to be the hardest boss fight in the game. It certainly is in the NES Solo for this character. Nice dodge. We want to see as many of those dodges as possible. And we want to see them get no critical hits. Let's see if we can get lucky 2 rounds in a row with this attack, and then next round we'll use a high potion. And hope the high potion comes out before their attacks do. We're dodging a lot. I like to see it. Nope, not lucky today. So that's how this fight's going to go. We are going to have to level up a little bit. And number of hits is not going to help because we're always one-shotting the pirates anyway. So it's really all about our hit points. See how many hit points we get at our next level up, and then we'll attempt it again. This isn't good. Yeah, we don't want to fight anywhere where there's gas. We probably want to stay to the north then. There's going to be a lot of wolves and stuff, but there will also be the occasional ogre. Ogres are more common in that southern forest down there, but we don't want to be anywhere near that undead. Like, this is a fight we want to take. That was only 4 hit points for that fight, or for that level. That's probably not enough. Nice. Good. Glad that came out first, and we evaded. Might just push through this ogre then. Oh, he's trying to run. He's trying to get out. He's like, nope, nope, nope. Let me away. Get me out of here. I thought this guy was a Hubert. I was mistaken. Really thought we were dealing with a Hubert here. This is not a Hubert. Code red. This fight doesn't even pay for its own instay, though, does it? No, it doesn't. 5 more hit points. I don't know that I want to try it at 110. That was a nice hit. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I was hoping we get to like 120 hit points, maybe. My evasion must be increasing too, and my defense stats behind the scenes. Oh, nice free drop. I like it. And stay out for a few more fights. That potion paid for itself and got an antidote in the bargain. In the NES version, you couldn't even do this grind outside of Provoca. You couldn't survive these fights consistently enough. This is not New Game Plus, it's just we started over on another run with a solo character. So we're just one monk the whole game. Well, he'll turn into a black belt eventually, presumably. What really sucks is once we get our promotion, like, the Uberts will also turn into Black Wizards, even though they don't deserve it at all. Because they haven't done anything. But the inclusion of quick save, so we only have to advance one dungeon floor at a time. And the increased usefulness of potions, and the inclusion of high potions. Let's try it at 115. We'll try it at 115. Like, the solo runs are going to be a lot easier than the NES game. I'm not even convinced they're mages. They just might be nerds wearing blue robes and hats. Yeah, we've reduced the amount of damage. Well, no, that was still a pretty big hit. That 28, that must have been a critical hit. We have to try to kill 2 before we use our first potion. I want to try that. Otherwise, we're just be treading water. Now, on the NES version, at this point, you lose because you have potions, but they only heal for 30 health. So there's no way to advance. But we have high potions. So we get a full heal, after which we'll get 2 rounds to attack again. I would have liked a few of them to attack before the high potion came out, but... And then the Black Mage has the same exact problem with the fight. He can kill a pirate every single turn, but he reaches a point where he has to heal himself, and then he's just treading water until eventually one of them lands a critical hit and he dies. So the Black Belt and the Black Mage have to do a lot of leveling up around Provoca in the solo fights and the solo runs. Every other class has a little bit easier retirement. Thief is also pretty rough, because the Thief's also wearing the wooden armor. I'm going to use a potion here. But Fighter and Red Mage and White Mage blow right through this fight like it's nothing. Because these pirates can't damage somebody wearing chain armor, and then the White Mage can just put up ruse and never get hit. In this version of the game, I don't know what the difference between Monk and Black Belt is. I'm not sure. Like, from here, I think we just win. Yeah, they can only damage me with a critical. And sometimes I just dodge outright. Yeah, we win. Hooray. Alright, let's spend all of our money on potions again. This is it, until we get spellcasting items, just attacking, attacking, attacking. That's all we can do. That's what we were born to do. Let's be safe here in potion. Good night, Jikari. Sleep well, my friend. Now we begin the large march to 99 potions. There's really not much point to going up to the Dwarf Cave, I don't think. I feel like everybody always names their black belt like punch or kick or something. It's kind of a cliche at this point. Yep, we do this now. I don't dare turn on auto battle because I might have to use a potion after every round until these guys are all dead. I wonder if armlets reduce his evasion like armor does. Ooh, didn't even kill it. We might be dead here, boys. Oh! Oh, no! We're Where's my kick command? I'm gonna go one more round and then potion. I think if we get a lucky round, we'll be all right. We are still gonna need pro rings and ribbons, and if I think he loses all of his unarmed bonus as soon as you put anything on. So once we get to that point, we're also probably gonna give him the ruby armlet to get the benefits out of it. No, they're trying to run now. They know it's all over for them. I got a barrel full of fist and a barrel full of potion. Labeled "Do not open until Sahagins." Yeah, we're good now. Ah, we dropped a potion. Nice. If we try to look at the armor shop, does the game still tell us his armor is better? No. The game informs us that the armor is not good. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad the game doesn't lie at you in that case. Let's stockpile some more potions. Why not? I used a high potion, so let's buy 2. For every high potion I use, I'll try to buy 2 more high potions. There's a big HP level. You'll love to see it. Let's try it. I'm not optimistic, but we'll try it. Ooh, them sharks, though. Them sharks, though. Oh, I lost my cool level up. Well, I guess we'll see if the level ups are random now. If we land at 144 health or if we land at somewhere else. Oh, we didn't get a level up. Well, okay. He gone. Yeah, there is slightly random because we got luck instead of stamina that time, and my health didn't go up quite so much. So yeah, level ups are somewhat random. Goblins, you're just on my way to the inn, and you are in my way. Excuse me. I'm allergic to imps. I want to have 99 potions in my pocket before attempting the Marsh Cave. I do believe. Yeah, save scumming level ups is not fun. Free potion. Goblins are just always out here. Good night. Sleep well, my friend. We gotta make it down to Elfheim and get some ogres in the mix, I think. Nothing could poison you on the ocean, though. Ooh, this might be a terrible fight if we get stun locked. Missed. What would you like to see? And it happened. Welcome to our life now. Okay. Now, let's heal up. Are we gonna make it? It's coming close. It's gonna be close. It was pretty close. Yeah, we're gonna have to equip Protect Ring and Ribbon, though. There's no way around it. It's just every fight is way too dangerous without those items equipped. Like, no matter how well you think you're doing against the Chaos fight, he casts Quake and then you just die because you don't have a protection against it. I think we win from here. Just not sure if the game, like in-game, does it tell you anywhere like what the monk bonuses actually are? Maybe there's an NPC or something that does. I want to fight this because it's a lot of money. Nice evasion. We might need another potion before it's over with. I've only played the first Fire Emblem game, but I didn't save scum any level ups in it. I was just happy to get whatever level ups I got. Save scumming level ups is pretty miserable. Yeah, we should be good from here. I guess you could just reset any floor where you get killed by something the Protect Ring or Ribbon would have prevented, but even that sounds like misery to me. So on the NES, you could just hard reset the game to set the encounter list back to the first spot and always get this encounter on the ocean. If you're just looking to grind up money early in the game, that's the way to do it. I'm gonna have to buy some more high potions here in a minute. We used 2, so we'll buy 4. Like these guys over here, what do they teach me about playing the game? Equipments, use of magic, items, monsters. Let's see if he says anything about the monk. Weapons and armor, attack rating. Yeah, no, nobody tells you anything about monks. I do not suffer a goblin to live. I don't care if this is a waste of time. We must punch every the goblin. I'd use a high potion there because we need one more fight now. This fight? Sure. Hope he's smart enough to target the other Sahagan chief back there. Let's see. Let's find out. No, he's not. I mean, we didn't hire not Hubert because he's smart. Like, his brains are not what we're here for. Actually, we might just be able to push this fight now. I don't want to forget to buy sleeping bags. I'll do it in my next round. Sleeping bags will be helpful when we go in or come out of the Marsh Cave. Almost made it to Elfland. This fight, though. Can we go one round and then high potion is my question. Oh, maybe not. Oh, we dodged that shark, maybe. If we act real early this turn, we might have a chance here. Dope! Shark tried to flee. Why? He has so many teeth. What is on these pictures back here? Just a flower and a blue square. Just hang a picture of a blue square on the wall. The flower I get. Like, oh, a picture of a pretty flower. Like her kid probably drew it. Blue square, not so much. Oh, ambushed. No thanks. I honestly thought we'd be still grinding to work our way up to the pirates at this point. So I have been pleasantly surprised. At our progress thus far. Probably better to have potions in that slot, honestly. Problem with fighting down here is the inn is more expensive to the tune of 100 gold instead of 30. Just leaving town real quick just to get that autosave in case the next fight destroys me. Can we see some ogres? Yeah, here we go. Preemptive strike too. Yeah, you love to see this. We just have to go down and see what these Pisco demons look like. There's nothing for it. Once we have 99 potions. Actually, there's nothing in this forest that's really scary. We might get poisoned, but I can always buy an antidote. Ooh, this guy might be a little scary. Let's take out the little guys first, because I can one-shot them. No, I can't. Never mind. Do not know what I'm talking about. Ugh, not good. Unlucky rolls against both of the ogres. So that was all 4 damage that we had to do to him. He had 4 health left. And then he ran, so we don't even get his experience points. I'm butthurt. I'm butthurt about what happened there. That dude jacked me with his club while it took me 4 rounds to beat his friends to death. And then he pieced out before it was his turn to step up. Yeah, I'm butthurt. I want that Groger back. Where'd he go? I want him. If I can't consistently one-shot ogres, that does not speak well for my chances against Pisco demons. Now we're poisoned. I want to make sure we don't run out of antidotes in the field. I should use sleeping bags instead of tents, actually. We'll save a lot of money by using sleeping bags instead of tents. Or instead of the inn, I should say, instead of staying at the inn. The inn is 100, a sleeping bag is 50. They're both worth a full heal right now. Alright, gotta push through 4 Pisco demons. That's gonna be tough. We might get locked into a situation where we have to high potion every round, wait for a lucky round where like 2 of them miss, and then hope we can one-shot them. That's probably the kind of situation we're looking at here. Nice. Too lazy to manually target the 3 wargs in the background there. We'll just eat all the extra damage and use a sleeping thing. Fight's almost not even worth it, really. So, the philosophical question one must ask oneself in this situation is, do you drag the 3 Black Mage corpses into the body condom with you, or do you leave them rotting on the ground next to you while you sleep in the body condom alone? Ugh, this fight. Just kick back and relax for a minute. Let the game play itself for a little while. Not Hubert rolls back up into Elfheim after living rough for a few weeks. What were you up to out there? Punching dogs. Do ogres really have layers? They do now. Strength up. I probably have enough gold to get 99 potions now, actually. Oh, we just went up to 6 hits. I think that was the breakthrough level up. We just went up to 6 hits. We should be able to consistently take out ogres in one shot now. I think we try it from here. Go up to 10 antidotes should be fine. 10 of those. Healing blindness is that will actually be a big deal. That's going to be very useful, perhaps. If I can one-shot Pisco demons consistently, we might be able to roll a good fight against them. Like, we're about halfway in experience level. We're about halfway to where the party we just won the game with were. They were in their, like, high 30s. No, we need to just run. Fighting this is not worth it. We're just using up resources. Astos is just going to be a race for critical hits. That's it. That's all we can hope for. We can't protect against any of his spells or really do anything about it. Same for Lich, really. Alright, in we go. We could take this fight, as long as this crawler does not paralyze us, which it didn't. Okay, we can just take this. It's not going to be worth that much, I don't think. Dem Bones is trying to run away. I like how they're wearing green shoes. The skeletons are completely naked, except their green slippers they've got on. I want my revenge against werewolves. Werewolves are the big sticking point in the Chaos Shrine, and now I'm one-shotting them, so... If the Pisco demons wipe us, we don't lose this experience, because it auto-saves on every floor. Oh, I thought it was at 99 potions. Oh, I must have ran out of gold. That's why I couldn't buy more than 2 potions. Don't have all the potions I could have. How are we possibly going to win this dungeon? That slime was real sticky. Real sticky. I'll take this fight. Probably not worth it because it won't pay for the antidote I have to use now. But if I tried to run from that, I would have likely gotten poisoned anyway, so... Ooh, we're noping straight out of here. This is the bane of the solo monk existence right there. That is a stun lock waiting to happen. And then you just get clawed to death slowly by undead. Over the course of 30 rounds. $42 damage? Why though? Why is that monster doing 42 damage to me? Let me out of here. There we go. We out. It's the same encounter. Same one. So we only have to advance one floor in the dungeon at a time because it quick saves for us every time we do a screen transition. So we don't need to get a lucky run in addition to a lucky Pisco Demon fight. We just need to get a lucky run to get to the Pisco Demons and then a lucky Pisco Demon fight and then another lucky run out. So we can kind of take the dungeon in multiple stages. Because this encounter is not doing any favors for anybody right now. I'm getting oozed, guys. I think it's time to get oozed on. We've been oozed. I might be able to take that fight, because the gray ooze I think I'll kill in one punch, and then the rest of them I can just... Like, this fight would take forever, because those guys have such high defense. I'd have to get a critical hit to even damage them. But this fight, I should be able to take. Oh, I didn't mean to run. My goodness. Yeah, this fight I shouldn't have a problem with. It's not the big ups, but it's something. Alright, let's camp out here for another hour until we get a good Pisco Demon fight. We probably want to get the preempts. If we don't get a preemptive, winning is going to be difficult. Yeah, preemptive is going to be a requirement to win at this level. We want to get a preemptive, and then on the second round, we want to kill a Pisco Demon before it attacks us. That's how it's going to have to line up. Because, yeah, we're going to one-shot these fools. They're not going to survive our punch. But we need to get a preemptive so we can kill a Pisco Demon on the first round. Then the second round, we need to act and kill a Pisco Demon before it attacks us. But I think this is doable at this level as long as we get a lucky fight. Investing time in re-rolling this fight until it lines up, I think it's going to take less time to do that than it's going to take to go out and level up on ogres or whatever to a point where the fight is consistently survivable. We have a reset button. They don't. Advantage player. Acting before they act seems to be never in the cards, though. Preemptive. We like it. So we get the freebie here. Now, can we kill him before he attacks us? Go. Go, Hubert. Oh, he didn't. Those are the two things we need to line up. Now, I don't think I've seen not Hubert go before the Pisco Demon. Yeah, I think all four of them get to go before he does, every round. Nope, that one didn't. So we need those two lucky things to line up. Once those two lucky things line up, I think we're in good shape. Because even three of them are enough to tag team me. If I attack one and don't kill it, we're going to have to go level up until I get my next hit bonus, I think. Two of them took me down that time. 2 big hits. Welcome to Solo. This is what it's like. Could also level up just get our evasion higher until they can't get 2 hits on us consistently. Would be the next big threshold that would get us through this fight. Okay, we attacked before that one, that's good. But I think it's over now. Because even if we did get them down to 2, let's think about this. Even if we did get the lucky start, preemptive, we kill one, we kill the second one before it attacks us, then we eat 2 attacks. We're going into the third round having to heal, and their third and fourth attack are going to come out before our heal. Yeah, we might not have a path to victory here. Even if everything lines up in the first 2 rounds. So the question then becomes, what do I want before I come back and attempt this again? Just more evasion, I guess, and defense. We'd have to get the preemptive, attack first in the following round, then heal first in the third round. to even have a shot at this. I think. Yeah, I'm not liking our odds here. Alright, let's come back with more stats and stuff. Ambushed, you don't like to see that. Your number of hits is determined by your accuracy stat. Your accuracy stat is influenced by your agility stat. And then however many hits you get, if your monk is unarmored, you can double it. Like, what did that stamina up do to my defense? Nothing. I got a point of stamina, but it didn't seem to do anything for my defense. I'm going to run from this because I don't think we can kill 3 scorpions. Scorpions are super out of depth here. Oh, and we're stun locked. Cool. That crawler had my number, kids. Oh, I meant to fight the werewolf there. Oh well, I guess it's not that big a deal. The good news is, once we get through the Pisco demons, Astos should be very easy. 'Cause typically in a solo run on the NES version, you just wouldn't attempt a 4 Pisco demon fight. You wouldn't win. But you can get into an encounter with only 2 of them, and then that is absolutely winnable. The fact that you have to fight 4 Pisco demons in this version increases the difficulty of it a great deal. I need more antidotes, too. Oh, I didn't mean to run from that. Shoot. This auto battle's getting me into trouble. We are going to run from this, though. I don't want to accidentally use 2 high potions in a row. Ow! Alright, wolves, calm down. getting too lazy in that fight. I don't want to manually target the strong monsters in the back. I was hoping he'd just power on through, but I guess not. Gotta do it manually. Moral of the story is don't fight lazy. You will get eaten by wolves. It's true in life as well as Final Fantasy. Get to buy some more body condoms while we're in Elfland again. Just want to check on the armlet. No, all equipment is worse. Fair enough. Alright, what should be our goal here? Another point or two of agility, maybe? Wow, all the dodges in the world right there. Nice. Ooh, don't save that. I almost destroyed that save. That would have been awful. Gigas worms are doing less damage to me now. They were doing 30 pretty consistently. Agility and strength both up. That's a big HP boost too. Let's go one more level beyond this and see if I can crack 200 hit points. And then we'll try those Pisco demons again. Usually around now is when I'd break off and think about going to bed, but we still have a fair amount of viewers watching. Hi, viewers. Unless you're all Russian bots, in which case, tell your hacker overlords I said hi. And also help me buy a PlayStation 5, please. There's something in the amount of damage I'm taking that's not quite reflected in my stats. And I'm not sure if I can suss out how it works. Since my defense is only 11, it hasn't gone up in 2 levels. But I do think I've seen a reduction in the amount of damage some of these monsters are doing. There he is! Well, he's not getting away this time. No sir, buddy. Pisco demons did eat me. I'm just gonna be lazy in this fight. As long as you gotta fight lazy, you know? We are going to have to learn what monsters we can get X potions or elixirs on. I'll have to look at the bestiary later. And those are the monsters we're probably going to grind to level 99 on, because we're going to need all those items in the chaos fight. Is it just a flat bonus equal to their level? It was something like that in the NES version, too. And then they lose that bonus if they're wearing equipment. We are going to need to equip armor at some point later in the game, but... because we will need the protection from the ribbon and the pro ring. If it's different in this version, I'm trying to kind of suss out how it's different. Is there just like an instruction manual that comes along with it or something? Sometimes Steam games have like instruction manuals. Does this support? That's not going to be an instruction manual, is it? No. DLC you own: Final Fantasy OST and wallpaper. What? I guess I own the Final Fantasy wallpaper. But yeah, I'm definitely seeing a reduction in damage from those Warg Wolves and the Gigas Worms that were doing a lot of damage or doing less damage now that I've leveled up, even though my defense stat hasn't increased. So it's got to be just an invisible bonus being applied somewhere. So he gets a bonus, an unarmed bonus per equipment slot. So like if I equip a ribbon, I don't lose the bonus for like my body armor slot. Is that what you're saying? So we might end up with a ribbon and protect ring, but not want to put on the ruby armlet. This should put us over 200 health, and then we'll see what we're... We'll see if the fight's any less aggravating. I think that wolf just did 0 damage to me. Did I see that right, or did I misread a 6 or something? Ooh, free antidote. We're getting a bonus to our evasion from somewhere, too. We're dodging a lot more attacks. Agility, stamina, luck. And a free antidote. Okay. Invisible function of stamina. We had a few level ups where stamina didn't go up at all. Alright, let's go try Pisco Demons again. Sometimes a little leveling goes a long way. Having to fight 4 Pisco Demons changes the metrics here quite a bit. Look at all these free antidotes I'm getting. Goodbye, Tarantula. We'll miss you. We won't. Oh, we're one-shotting the Pisco Demons, no problem. It's just, there's always 4 of them. We can't roll a 2 Pisco Demon fight. And that has been problematic. So we worked it out, like, even if we got the preemptive for 1 kill, and then we killed the second one before it acted on the second round, we'd still be going into the 3rd round having to use a high potion, and the metrics on that are just not good for us. I do like that we can just Iron Man through some of these dungeons. On the NES version, in any solo run, it's not worth fighting anything in a dungeon. Because if you get killed, you lose all of the experience and progress. Because this version auto-saves after every floor, actually fighting monsters in a dungeon is a good way to just pull some experience out of the air as you're moving your way through. You know what? We're going to try this. Oh, never mind. We got away. I forgot I had Flea set up. With the preemptive, we could have done some work on that fight. Alright. Yeah, let's quick save. No preemptive, but let's see how this goes. We're taking a little bit less damage, but we like from here we need a really good round, and we need our we need our heal to go off first, and then like 2 of them to do like nothing to us, so we get another round to attack. So I'm convinced we do have to start with a preemptive, otherwise it's not worth trying it out. Like, if I don't get the preempt, I'm just going to rush to the game over. Even with a really lucky miss or something. Like that. Yeah, no, this is going nowhere. Yeah, they're doing the same amount of damage that they were with their 2 hits. We might need to go down, like, bring our evasion high enough to where they're getting 1 hit a lot more commonly. That was 2 lucky misses in a row, but we still wouldn't have got our heal off. Although if we had got the heal off, I would have regretted being an auto battle there. Alright, we'll duke it out in every fight. Just in case. Like, just in case the stars align. Because we did see 2 of them miss in a row. About what I deserved. Am I going to play Final Fantasy 2? Yes, I'm going to play Final Fantasy 2 on April 33rd, 2027 at exactly 12:14 p.m. And I'm going to play for exactly 3.5 hours. And then I'm never going to play a video game again. Where's my preemptive, man? Well, we're not dead, so let's see if we get lucky. We did not get lucky. That was the most damage I've seen one of these guys do to me yet. 93. I want to meet the designer who was like, you know what? We should just make it always 4 Pisco demons. I want to meet that guy and shake his hand. I feel like I owe him a debt of gratitude. There's my preemptive. Okay, so this guy dies. Now we want our attack to come off before this Pisco demon attacks us, so he doesn't get to damage us. Let's see if we get lucky. We did not. It didn't matter anyway. 101 damage. Let's see if we get luckier this time. Maybe? Maybe? No. So, whatever defense we're getting from level ups does not seem to be reducing the amount of damage Pisco demons do. Their 2 hits They're still rolling like between 30 and 40 damage a hit, it looks like. I want to get one more preemptive fight and see if we can... There's two like really lucky occurrences we're looking for. One is to get a preemptive fight so we can kill a Pisco demon before we take any damage. And then in the second round of that fight, we need to attack a Pisco demon before it attacks us. So in that second round, we take 2 hits. And then going into the third round, we might have a chance to heal before we get killed. Like, that's not... We wanted that guy to not attack us before our attack went off. So if our heal goes off before their attacks do, we might have some chance here. But didn't work. Good night. Sleep well, my friend. Let's try one more preemptive battle before we give up and go grind some more. It might be agility is the stat that'll be our breakaway here, because if we act before them on any given round, our chances of winning go up dramatically. Here's our preemptive. Alright, this is the make... If we don't see some success here, we're going to give up and go grind a little bit more. Attack the middle guy. Come on, middle guy. One hit, though. We have a shadow of a chance. I mean, that was just a lot of one hits in a row. If we had got our heal off, we would have won that. Alright. Ambushed. We're probably dead here. Yeah, we're stun locked. Dead. This fight's a little more winnable. I want to make sure not to fight that green slime before the other monsters are dead, though. Although with 6 hits, like, even green slimes fall before us. Sure. We'll fight these guys. We'll almost certainly get poisoned. Yep, there it is. Actually, we should just push through this. The poison won't kill us before they're all dead. Got everything but agility, and agility is the stat I think we want. I'm unclear on what luck does for us either. It might influence how often we get critical hits, or how often we dodge, or any number of things. Intellect does nothing for this character until we get the heal staff. Sure. Just need critical hits to get through this fight, that's all. Don't get stun locked this time, jerk. We're locked. It's over. Oh, never mind. We might still be in this. We just need to kill his blood bones. These Giga Swarms are doing noticeably less damage to me than they were back in the day. So in the NES version, leveling up Thief, the limiting factor isn't even whether you can kill the monsters. The limiting factor is the monsters basically look at your experience level and then check against their morale stat to see if they run away. And a solo Thief has to be so high level before he has a chance of beating Astos that all the monsters around here will just run away from him before then. So leveling is excruciating on the solo Thief. Because all these wolves would run away, and the fights where like they're running away from him are still difficult fights for him to win, even at like level 20 or something ridiculous. Only stamina on that level. That's a bad level up. Unless stamina is what affects the monk's defense then. Because my defense is still the same. Oh no, my defense did go up 1 point. Woo! We're getting there, kids. The way level ups work in the NES version is like each level up is hard coded to be like one of two choices. Like there's like a strong version and a weak version of every level up in the game. And if you want, you can always save scum to always get the strong level up. And a Thief Solo, you basically have to have any chance. I'm not sure if any of the Dawn of Souls algorithms apply to this version, though. So I don't know how helpful those would be. Where my ogres be at? That's what I want to know. Getting real tired of these wolves, that's for sure. I want to see some ogres. Almost out of body condoms. Ogres? No, it's just wolves for days. It's just nothing's in these wolves except in these woods except for slavering mongrels. What my stamina stat is at, I could check after this battle. I'm gonna have to use another body condom here, though. So we're at 23 stamina and 12 defense. And 2 body condoms. Show me some Grogers, man. What are we doing here? Just wolves. Just wolves all the time. I'm gonna run from preemptive wolves, I think. Oh, we didn't get out. I don't even think we're getting our best heals off sleep. I don't think sleep mag's a full heal anymore. If we're missing like 200 health. I think it only gave us back like 100. There were ogres in these forests. Once upon a time. I'll be right back. I'm going to step away for a second. Ogres once prowled these woods, my lad. In the halcyon days long past. Pink and green they were. Dragging clubs behind them. As big around as a tree trunk, and with biceps to match. A meaner brute you could scarcely come across. Ah, but that was in the days when my grandfather was a lad. Nobody's seen an ogre around these parts. For 2 generations. They say they went on a great exodus out of the woods of their homelands. Because a violent man, a whirlwind of punches, dragging 3 corpses behind him wherever he went, scared them all off. No one sings for the ogres anymore. Last body condom. Yeah, we didn't get a full heal off that body condom. Only about 100 health. So we're to the point now where it's more cost effective to just stay at the inn in Elfheim. Or use potions to heal out here. Some say they were allergic to vitamin K. And once the ogres left, the dogs moved in. The orange dogs. You cannot pet the dog in Final Fantasy 1. You know what? We might be better off. If we can't find any friggin' ogres, we might be better off on the water, right? Because we at least get some double shark fights and stuff. How do we compare out here? I have played many Square Enix games. That's only 195, but if we get some sharks or something... No, you know what? I'm better off punching dogs. Maybe the ogre density gets higher if we go north up into the woods near Astos' castle. Like if we go up this way some. To a different overworld square. Hey, look! Look what I found. Look what I found immediately. So really any stat, if stamina works the way we think it does, any stat except strength is going to help us with the Pisco demons. Because we're already one-shotting them. Agility would help us act before them. Luck would help us get the preemptive going in. And stamina would help with defense. If those stats all work the way we think. That was not a tremendously good level up right there. I found where all the ogres retreated to. We scared them all out of the Elfland forest. They all came to hang out up here. This looks like the beginning of a chocobo forest right here. Look at this. I don't know what's going on there. These guys again. Broke 300 damage there. That wolf, we just punched him out of the zip code. He gone. Oh no, we're back in dog hell. Now we chased all the ogres out of this wood. Now where did they go? There's one. I want that 6 ogre fight from the Earth Cave. That's what I want. Let's just beat those guys up over and over. Ooh, ambushed. This might be potentially bad. Let's see if we have to input a heal here. I think we're good for one round. I think we just push it from here. We're alright. The dogs have returned. No more ogres anywhere. They're all gone. We came up here and found a few. We found the last holdout habitat ogres. The last ogre family in the forests. And we destroyed them. And I felt nothing inside when I did it. Nothing. Six points of health that level. What the all the way to 15 defense. We were at 12 defense last time I checked, and our stamina didn't go up since last time I checked, so I have no idea what the haps was there. That's quite a big jump in defense, so I think we're going to try him again. Not interested in punching any more dogs. I've punched hundreds of dogs. If I see ogres, I'll punch some ogres. Believe you me. I'm gonna put Shrek in a headlock. So it does give you a bonus for each individual armor slot, then. Seems complicated, but it's 3 more points of defense than I had. That fight is not worth fighting, even in the slightest. Even in my wildest dreams, that fight's not worth it. This fight either. Alright, take 3. Good luck. Probably still need the preempt, which we didn't get. And we didn't attack before that first Pisco Demon. And their damage looks about the same to me. 2 hits for 80 damage. I think we're getting the 1 hit a little more often, though. I saw more 1 hits there than usual. It's a bad start. No preemptive. The Pisco Demon attacked before me, and we got 2 real terrible damage rolls. We survived to round 2, though. For all the good it did us. That's a good start. I mean, it's not like a preemptive attack good start, but... So we just have to get lucky this round. Like, we could try to heal here, but we're just delaying the inevitable. What needs to happen here is we need to attack a Pisco Demon before it hits us. The other guys both need to roll really low damage. Didn't happen. But if we had gotten that circumstance along with a preemptive, we'd have been more than half of the way there. He missed, so whatever. So we're in the same situation we were in before. We need to kill the Pisco Demon before he hits us, and then the other 2 need to roll low. That's low. That's low. But then we needed to attack there, is what had to happen. Our inability to outpace them is what's killing us here. How do I get back to the main menu? I want to look them up in the bestiary real quick. Can I not get to the main menu? I guess I'd have to close the game out. So our agility is not going up very quickly. Two of them rolled one hit. It's in the options, like in the options menu? Like here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, return to titles. That's what I want. Their agility's 33. We're never going to outrun them. There's no way. We would need to gain... We need to gain hella levels to outrun them. I want to see where we can get with a preemptive. We haven't seen a preemptive. There's one. Okay, let's try. Let's try this. So this one dies. Now we want this one to die before it attacks us. Come on, Hubert, do it. He didn't do it. Okay, so now I want to heal. That's excellent. That dodge is great. Now I'm going to heal again. And then I think we're going home. There was a couple times where if he rolled 2 hits instead of 1, we would have been in real trouble. Alright, we're going home. I'm going to quick save. You better believe I'm going to quick save. On the NES version, we're only halfway done, because then we have to get out without getting killed by the monsters on the way out. Like these guys. Ooh, we're poisoned. Oh, the Zoidbergs are always bad. That's a rough fight in any solo. So fighters and red mages have a lot easier time there because they can wear chain armor. Black mages have and red mages have a much easier time because they can cast lightning too. White mages can cast blink. Thieves and black belts are just in that fight. Actually, thieves in this version might do a lot better because their agility is higher. If you put a thief up to level 23, he's probably outrunning the Zoidbergs at that point. Astos is just going to be a matter of we need to roll some critical hits before his spells come out. And he can choose to use all of his dumb spells right in a row if he wants to. So in the NES version, Astos always opens with a death spell. And if it misses you, he's got to go through a couple more spells before he can do anything to damage you. In this version, he can just cast any of his spells on any turn. He can just open with Fyra and then just cast Fyra a million times if he wants. Just however he wants to do it. He also has pretty outrageous defense. We have to rely on critical hits to damage him. Fortunately, we're putting out like 6 hits per round. So our chances of getting a critical hit are pretty good. Actually, that was not as much damage as I was expecting. That Thundara didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Slowra is the spell we don't want to see him use. Or slow. That we can fix. Dead. We put some good hits on him before slow comes out. It might be in excellent shape. I was expecting a lot more damage off that Fyra. Nice. We're done. That was it. Just pummel him to death before slow comes out. It's a big level up for HP. I always say I'm going around this river, and I'm never going around this river. This river is here for all time. Alright, I'll eat the poison here. Why not? Ooh, these guys. We're gonna have so much money in this game. We have nothing to spend money on except potions. That's it. That's all we ever need to buy is potions. Oh, that's the wrong one. Whoops. We're gonna get sunlocked now. No, we're not. That was a preemptive strike. We're okay. Why is the monk so slow? His agility is bad. Monsters always strike first. Oh boy, free potion. I had 99. They have such a hard time running away. Like, we see monsters attempt to flee all the time, but almost never actually get out of the battle, even after we cast the fear spell on them. Hurrah! So yeah, the Black Mage would have the easiest time with the Pisco demons. Where Red Mage would as well, I guess. But Red Mage might not wipe them all out with the first Thundara. So Black Mage goes in with the preemptive. That's it, he wins. The Red Mage would have to go in with the preemptive and then get the second Thundara off before the Pisco demons kill him. But he's got chain armor, so he's not going in completely defenseless. Fighter probably looks pretty similar to Black Belt. Thief probably looks pretty similar to Black Belt. I think Thief might, in theory, be the easiest of the three because he has a greater chance of acting before them, which means his heals will come out more effectively. And of course, White Mage just uses Blink. We don't really have to loot anywhere because there's nothing we want as far as equipment goes. And I don't think we have to do any leveling up before the vampire. If we can beat the Astos, surely we can beat the vampire. And somehow I still have over 20 viewers at almost 2 in the morning. Isn't it past all your bedtimes? Mystic Key. We out. I couldn't get on my boat. You can't board the boat from land. You have to use the port. Thank you. Took forever getting out of there. Oh, we're stun locked. I'm not really a late sleeper or an early sleeper. My sleep schedule just like drifts by like 40 minutes a day. In a couple more days, I'll be like purely nocturnal, and that'll last for a little while. Yeah, stun lock me again. I don't want to attack these guys. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Oh my god, they're dragging that out as long as possible. Try that again. I still have the key, right? It auto-saved the key for me. Yeah, it sure did. Welcome to Solo. I've completed 5 out of the 6 solo runs on the NES version. Most of them on, like, real hardware, like, without speed up or save states or anything. Thief is the one I have not completed on the NES. It's so miserable. Thief on the NES is... it's bad. It's real bad. Being level 30 before Astos and still not being able to beat him. And still having a hard time in the fights in the forests around the place to try to level up. Stock up on potions and stuff because there's no item shop in Melmond. 20 antidotes is fine. We don't actually need these for anything. Like, we're never... If it's not a full heal, we might as well just use potions when we're out and about. Oh, wait a minute. We need to loot the castle. What are we doing? We're not done there. We don't really need any of these treasures. Well, the free cottages might... Intense. We might make use of. As we're going through, like, the Titan's Tunnel and... the long trek to the Ice Cave and such. But, like, we don't even need to sell that stuff off for money. We just broke 400. I think that's the first time we saw 400 damage. Ambushed. Fine. We'll take it. We're gonna have this money finally. There's really no point to getting that any earlier. Who are those nerds? I didn't know there was black mages in this game. Oh, my Pepsi's empty. That's a sad day. What's going on in this place is a monk solo run. We are punching the game to death. Or resetting a lot. We're doing a lot of both of those things. We're like alternating between like punching the game and then resetting the game. And taking a bunch of treasures that we have absolutely no use for. Useless. 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 We already have 99. Useless. Cottage. So far it's much easier than soloing on the NES version, but it's still not toothless. We had to do a considerable amount of grinding to get past the Pisco demons. This game, in the NES version, the monsters that guard the crown in the Marsh Cave, you can get 2, 3, or 4 of them in the fight. But in this game, it's always 4. So that fight was much, much more difficult than I'm used to. In the NES version, you just try the fight until you get 2, and then it's much easier. Although this version auto-saves in the dungeon, so you don't have to get the crown and then get out. So it's like give and take. The vampires should go down fairly easily. I think the Lich fight should also be winnable at this point. Depending on how well we roll. Oh, I'm glad that gaze missed. I did not want to get stun locked by sea monsters again. Although we do have guaranteed giant encounters in the Earth Cave. If we really do need to grind, I think giants are the way to do it. I don't think these things can damage me at all. Oh, they can blind me though. So my understanding is we're getting Final Fantasy IV a little later this month, and then Final Fantasy V around that time next month. And then Final Fantasy VI a month after that. And then they're going to announce the pixel remasters for Final Fantasy VII, 8, 9, and 10. In my headcanon, at least. Alright, Earth Cave. Pisco Demon fights in here are probably a reset. Otherwise, I think I'll be okay. Undead are a concern. Getting through floor 3 and back is going to be a concern. We'll quick save before and after the vampire, though. There is no more Peninsula of Power. It's gone. I mean, it's still there. You can still go to the peninsula, but you can't fight zombies there anymore. You can fight, like, dumb, low-level undead and stuff. Alright, trolls, calm down. Calm down. Alright, I was sleeping on them trolls, and I ought not to have. Yeah, I can fight as many of those hill giants as I want. I can fight 2 of them, then I have to recycle the floor, then I can fight 2 more. This fight sucks. It's not worth it, but... Not only is the Peninsula of Power not there, but there's also no spiked squares anywhere in the game. All the spiked squares have been replaced either by monster boxes, which is more typical for like later games in the series, or by just putting an NPC on the map for you to fight that will reset itself if you leave the map and come back. So if you're familiar with like the Hall of Giants in this dungeon on the first floor, Now, instead of being the Hall of Giants, there's like 2 giant NPCs you can talk to trigger fights. Then you've got to leave the floor and come back. I'm not fighting these mummies. I'm asleep. I'm stun locked. Nope, I'm awake. I'm fine. I'm asleep. I'm awake. I'm gone. We out. This is a rough scene right here. Dead. Let's try that again. Spiked squares are squares where if you step on them, you get into encounter. In the NES game, that's how... Ooh, these guys. In the NES original, that's how they forced you to fight a monster. They put a square down, and every time you stepped on it, you got into an encounter. All of those have been removed in this version. This is the first version of Final Fantasy 1 that doesn't have them. Let's hope we don't see too many more Pisco demons down here. Why do I talk? Why do I say words out of my face? I think I tried to run away from me. I don't think so. I want my revenge against Pisco demons. What up? Actually, we're probably better off fighting the mummies, aren't we? We might have to save scum to get through this floor, actually. Whew, if you're gonna cut it close. You know what? I can save scum. I might as well do it. Like, why not? How awful are these jellies to fight, I wonder? Oh, they're not bad. Ooh, we poisoned, though. These guys, I think I just auto-battle from here. 3 of them aren't super scary. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna heal this round. I was gonna say 3 of them aren't super scary, and then they immediately punch me to death. I would have died if I hadn't dodged that attack. My goodness. Solo runs require a lot of patience. You have to just accept that you're going to get a lot of fights where you're not going to win. The benefit of this version of the game is you can quick save wherever you want. So you can never really lose state. Like, I'm going to quick save in front of this vampire, and then if the vampire paralyzes and stun locks me, I'm already at full health. I can just start over from the vampire rather than having to start over from the top of the dungeon. On the NES, you have to start from the outside of the dungeon every time. So you'd have to get through this floor filled with undead and Pisco demons, and then fight the vampire, and then get back, all on the same run. That missed, that's good. That's what we want to see. That didn't miss. That's not good. He's going to keep trying it, huh? Fair enough. Well, on the NES, you couldn't name your corpses Hubert. You don't have enough letters. You only get 4 letters per name. Although, the first time I did a black belt solo on the NES, my boy was named Bert. Not a Hubert, just a Bert. I think we're just going to have to gun it and get lucky here. So not only does he have a special attack that paralyzes us, but his regular hit also can paralyze us. I think if we get 2 really good hits early in the fight, we could have this. Lich has 1,200 hit points. And I think he's got the slow spell too, which is going to be miserable. Yep, we got him. Now we quick save again. I think Lich is going to require some grinding. We're not just going to walk right into Lich. I don't think. We are getting 8 hits pretty consistently. Which is nice. Oh, I don't think we can win against 4 mummies. We can't even, like, flee against 4 mummies. Oh, never mind. I stand corrected. We quick saving all over the place. Do these guys paralyze? I'm not sure. Let's find out. You know what? Sometimes you gotta ask the hard questions in the universe. Sometimes it's not about looking inward for answers. Sometimes it's about asking. And people are helpful. And you'll get your answer. You'll learn something. And now I have knowledge that I didn't have a few moments ago. Stun locked again. So imagine how frustrating it is to get through and get a good fight against the vampire and get the ruby, but then this happens on your way out. That's the NES solo experience. Ooh, don't want to see that. What do I want to do leveling up? Probably around Crescent Lake, actually, to try to get those peds. I think would be better than going to the Hall of Giants. And maybe we level up until 10 hits. would give us a really good shot against Lich. Agility, stamina, luck. Okay. Alright, we can stop quick saving now. We're off the gross floor. Six of these bad boys, huh? Well, we're definitely getting poisoned, that's for sure. See, I'm feeling Bruce Lee over Chuck Norris. I think Bruce Lee was the intent of the original design of the character as well. No, Lich is the plot flag for getting the canoe. Otherwise, I wouldn't fight Lich this early in the game. I would just go do all the canoe stuff. I'd go get like the heal staff and all the good stuff. Spiders for days. My spider face. It's hurting my lip. Spiders are the only monsters left in the game, you guys. I'm sorry. No more monsters for anyone. The Hall of Giants is still there. I'll show you when I go back to the Earth Cave in a minute. It's still there, it's just it doesn't work the same way it did. Nom 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 nom. The lesser tiger. I must have missed the least tiger somewhere. We skipped over least and went straight to lesser. More spiders, my goodness. I'm assuming it tastes like rock. And that man is just a cannibal. You think they still drop X potions in this version? I mean, I don't think I'd want to farm on those guys anyway. We'll find something else, because those guys don't give a lot of experience. More dogs. Oh, I think we just broke 500. I think I just saw my first 500 damage hit. Yeah, we'll check the bestiary, but it's not a concern right now. I'm not worried about it at the moment. Unless we need X potions for Lich, but I don't think it's going to come to that. If the only enemy that drops an elixir is the eye, like, that's a good floor to grind on. Like, at the end of the game, the floor that eyes appear on in the Sky Fortress, I'd be okay doing my level grinding there and stockpiling elixirs at the same time. So the first playthrough I did of this, Monk is my favorite class in Final Fantasy 1. Let's start there. The first playthrough I did of the Pixel Remaster, though, I wanted to see... Oh, an X potion dropped. Beautiful. I wanted to see if the Thief and Red Mage, what changes were made from the NES version. So there just wasn't room for a monk in my party. Then my second run I did, which I just finished earlier tonight, I let the Gilgabot roll my party for me, and it gave me 3 fighters and a white mage. So this is the Hall of Giants. Like, there's just 2 giants here you can fight. And they ambushed me, and I only have 50 health, so I'm probably going to die. So instead of just having a giant every step, you just got these guys. So if we wanted to level grind here, we'd fight these giants, then leave, then come back and fight them. But I think we're better off going to Crescent Lake and fighting around there, because we can get into Peds. So this fight would also be impossible on the NES version. You couldn't have 2 giants and 3 lizards in the same fight. Wouldn't be possible. Actually, I don't think I can win this fight consistently. These guys bite too hard. No, 3 fighters and a white mage is not optimal in this version, at least. I mean, 3 fighters is a good base for any party. Like, 3 fighters and then anything you want in the 4th slot is a good party. It'll get you there. But no, I used the Twitter bot to roll my party for me, and it rolled me that silly party. If it's always this fight, that's kind of interesting. But I don't think we can win this fight consistently. Look how much damage those Gigases are doing. And even the lizards are no slouch. Once the giants are dead, I think we're fine. $2,200 experience. That's not bad. That's pretty decent, actually. But I don't think we can win the fights consistently. And I think it's always this encounter. So instead of getting like a 1 giant encounter, I think it's always 2 giants and 3 lizards in this Hall of Madness. think we can push through from here. And then you can leave and come back, and those guys will have respawned. But I think we're better off going to Crescent Lake for doing level grinding for Lich. And I think I want to grind until I see 10 hits. Because Lich has very high defense and 1,200 hit points. So we're going to need a lot of critical hits to get through the fight. What is this? Whatever it is, I don't like it. It's unlocked again. You can't grind the eye in the ice cave in this version. There's only one eye in the ice cave, and you're not allowed to fight it again after you kill it. Kill it once, and it's gone forever. So if we want eyes, we're going to have to do it in the floating castle, where they show up as random encounters, which is a pretty good floor to do just to get experience anyway. The eye doesn't respawn. After you take the floater, the eye is gone. Any monster you fight, like in a box or on an item, like any monster in a box, for one, like the 3 boxes in Astos' castle, there's a locked room there that has 3 boxes in it. They have monster boxes, but you can only fight the monsters inside once. The red dragon in the volcano is another example. In the NES version, you can fight that red dragon as much as you want. In this version, you can only fight it once. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to be wrapping up here in the next few minutes. I want to sail over to Crescent Lake, though, first. Always cool to see new people enjoying it. Ooh, we see this encounter a lot on the ocean. I don't even think it's possible to get this encounter in the NES version. The Phantom is the eye palette swap, and it only ever gives 1 experience and 1 gold. So that's definitely not worth fighting. If that's the only thing that drops elixirs, then that's awful. Because we'd have to do our level grinding and then our elixir grinding separately. I'm also going to quick save at this port because I got to walk all the way around to Crescent Lake without getting into a terrible encounter. The sliding puzzle game is in this, but you don't get anything for doing it. It's just for fun. In Dawn of Souls, you got all kinds of bonus equipment and stuff. Yeah, these are the guys here. These pretty boys. Ooh, maybe we can't kill them, though. Okay, we just got unlucky with the damage roll. Yeah, 2,300 experience. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think there is a definitive version of this game. And I've got more than 7 hours in, because this is my 3rd run of this game. I don't think there is a definitive version. It depends on what you want out of it. I think Dawn of Souls gives a much different experience from this, because magic users work a lot differently. And it has a bunch of bonus content. It has a bunch of bonus dungeons with like super hard bosses and much more powerful equipment. It really depends on what you want out of the game. And then, like, for historical accuracy, there's no beating the NES version. The NES version is just an eternal classic. Oh, the whole bestiary in Final Fantasy 1 is just D&D monsters. In fact, if you've never seen the Japanese sprites, the NES version of the eyeball monster, of like the Ice Cave eye, looks differently. It looks exactly like a beholder in D&D, and they changed it for the North American release because they worried about getting sued over it. Let's go up to level 30 real quick. Hope I start one-shotting these guys, otherwise it's going to get real hairy. Nice, we dodge. Nice, we dodge. He tried to run. I don't want him to run. I want this mad stack of experience I'm about to get. I'm entitled to it. I feel like I deserve it. Ooh, low damage rolls, though. 4,700 experience. No stats on that level. Big HP up, but no stats. Feels bad, man. Good place to save, though. I played a lot longer than I was expecting to today. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight. We're going to pick this back up probably tomorrow at some point. And we're probably just going to open with a whole bunch of level grinding, like just repeatedly. I want to get him to 10 hits before I try my hand at Lich, because I think Lich is going to be a real roadblock. Thanks for watching, guys. Peace out, and sleep well.